Location: Big Bend National Park, Texas. Date: October 14th, 2009. The desert night was so clear you could see the bones of the universe. Daniel stood outside the Panther Junction Ranger Station, coffee mug warming his hands against the October chill, and stared up at a sky so dense with stars it looked like someone had spilled salt across black velvet. The Milky Way cut a luminous river from horizon to horizon, and somewhere out there, maybe 40 miles south where the park met the Mexican border, a team of university researchers was setting up telescopes to photograph tonight's lunar eclipse. He'd been a ranger at Big Bend for 6 years now, following in his father's footsteps. Miguel Torres had walked these same trails for 23 years before retiring. And before him, Daniel's grandfather had worked for the Park Service back when Big Bend was still raw and new, barely carved out of ranching land and Mexican wilderness. 3 generations of Torres men keeping watch over 800,000 acres of Chihuahuan desert, knowing its moods, respecting its dangers, understanding that the desert kept secrets in ways that forests and mountains never could. The desert was honest in its hostility. It didn't hide what it was. A place where water was scarce, where the sun could kill you as surely as any predator, where the landscape itself seemed designed to remind humans of their insignificance. Daniel appreciated that honesty. He'd grown up in Alpine, close enough to Big Bend that the park had been his backyard, his playground, his education in humility. His radio crackled. "Unit 3, this is dispatch." Daniel keyed the handset. "Go ahead, Carla. Just confirming. You're still planning to check on the UT Austin astronomy group tonight?" "That's affirmative. They're set up at the old Mariscal mine overlook. I told Dr. Chen I'd swing by around 9, make sure they have everything they need." "Eclipse starts at 10:47 p.m., peaks at 11:23. Should be quite a show. If you're into that sort of thing." Daniel smiled. He was, actually. There was something about celestial events in the desert that felt different than anywhere else. The sky was so big here, so overwhelming. During the day, the horizon stretched forever in every direction, mountains in the distance looking like paper cutouts against the pale sky. At night, the stars pressed down with such intensity, it felt like you could reach up and touch the ancient light. "Have a good patrol. Stay safe out there." "Always do." Daniel finished his coffee, rinsed the mug, and gathered his gear. Flashlight, first aid kit, water, always extra water, even for a short trip. Radio, GPS, his service pistol, which he wore more from regulation than any expectation of needing it. The dangers in Big Bend were sun exposure, dehydration, the occasional mountain lion or rattlesnake, not the kind of threats that required firearms. He climbed into his truck and headed south on the main park road, headlights cutting through darkness so complete it seemed to have texture. The desert at night was a different world. Sounds carried for miles. Temperature dropped 40 degrees from the daytime high, and animals emerged that you'd never see in daylight. Kit foxes, ringtails, nightjars, bats. The nocturnal residents of a place that was too harsh for most life during the day. The drive to Mariscal Mine overlook took 40 minutes, the last 10 on a rough dirt road that wound through Ocotillo and creosote bush. Daniel's headlights occasionally caught the reflection of eyes, probably javelinas, maybe a coyote. The road climbed gradually, rising toward one of the many mesa formations that dotted this section of the park. He'd always loved this area. The overlook sat on a limestone shelf that gave views across miles of desert to the Chisos Mountains in the west and the Sierra del Carmen Range in Mexico to the south. During the day, the landscape looked like Mars. Rust-red dirt, ancient volcanic formations, stone that had been here for hundreds of millions of years. At night, it became something else entirely. A place where you could feel the curve of the earth, the rotation through space, the thin membrane of atmosphere that was all that separated you from the infinite void above. His grandmother would have hated that thought. Mama Josefina had been full of warnings about the desert at night, stories passed down from her own grandmother who'd lived in a village near Boquillas before the park existed. Don't whistle after dark. It attracts things. Don't stare too long at the stars. Something might stare back. And never, never ignore the cry of La Lechuza, the owl witch. the bruja who took the form of a massive owl with a woman's face, who flew on silent wings and called out to people in the voices of their loved ones. If you heard La Lechuza crying, someone was going to die. If you heard it call your name, that someone was you. Daniel had listened to these stories as a child with the mixture of fascination and skepticism that all children felt. His father had dismissed them as superstition, folklore, the kind of tales that arose in isolated communities to explain the unexplainable. But Mama Josefina had been deadly serious. She'd made Daniel promise when he told her he was going to work at Big Bend that he would respect the old warnings, that he would remember some things in the desert were older than names, older than borders, older than the people who thought they understood this land. He'd promised, of course. You didn't argue with Mama Josefina, but he'd never quite believed. In 6 years of night patrols, he'd seen owls, great horned owls, barn owls, the occasional elf owl. Just birds. Beautiful, efficient predators, but just birds. The overlook came into view, and Daniel could see the astronomy team set up immediately. They'd brought serious equipment, 3 large telescopes on sturdy tripods, camera rigs with long exposure capabilities, laptops showing star charts, red-filtered flashlights to preserve night vision. 4 people moved around the equipment, making final adjustments. The group leader, Dr. Victoria Chen, waved as Daniel's truck approached. He parked at a respectful distance to avoid kicking up dust that might settle on their optics and walked over. Victoria met him halfway, pulling off gloves to shake hands. She was in her early 30s, Daniel guessed, with sharp eyes and the kind of focused energy that came from doing work you genuinely loved. Ranger Torres, right? Thanks for checking on us. Just Daniel is fine. How's the setup going? Perfect conditions. 0 cloud cover, minimal atmospheric distortion. This is exactly what we hoped for. She gestured at the telescopes. We're doing a comparative study of lunar eclipse photography across different atmospheric conditions. Big Bend gives us some of the darkest skies in the continental U.S. You picked a good night for it. Daniel looked up. The moon hung enormous and white in the eastern sky, not yet touched by Earth's shadow. Eclipse should start in about an hour and a half. We'll be ready. Victoria introduced him to her team. Mark, a graduate student with an impressive beard. Lisa, a postdoc who was already reviewing calibration data. And James, an undergraduate who looked simultaneously excited and nervous to be on his first real research trip. Daniel did a quick safety check with them. Yes, they had plenty of water. Yes, they knew the nearest bathroom facility was back at the ranger station. Yes, they had his radio frequency if they needed anything. Yes, they understood they needed to pack out all their trash and not disturb any of the archaeological sites. There were ancient pictographs in some of the rock overhangs around here, petroglyphs that predated the Apache and Comanche, left by people whose names were lost to time. We'll be here until about 2 a.m., Victoria said. The whole eclipse sequence, plus some post-totality imaging. Then we pack up and head back to our campsite at Cottonwood. I'll check back with you around midnight, make sure everything's going smoothly. Appreciate it. Daniel started back toward his truck, then paused. The desert was quiet. Too quiet. Usually at this time of night you'd hear things. The yip of coyotes, the buzz of insects, the rustle of small creatures moving through the brush. But tonight there was nothing. Just silence, vast and heavy as the darkness itself. He looked back at the astronomy team, busy with their equipment, oblivious. Then he looked up at the sky, at that overwhelming sprawl of stars, and for just a moment, less than a heartbeat, he felt something he couldn't name. Not fear, exactly. More like recognition. Like the feeling you get when you walk into a room and know someone's been there just before you. The air still disturbed by their passage. Daniel shook it off. He was being ridiculous. Too many of Mama Josefina's stories in his head. He climbed into his truck and headed back down the dirt road, planning to complete a circuit of the backcountry sites before returning to check on the astronomers. He didn't see the owl watching from the top of a dead mesquite tree, its silhouette wrong against the stars, too large, shaped in ways that no owl should be shaped. He didn't hear the soft sound it made. Not a hoot, not a screech, but something closer to a woman's voice humming a lullaby in Spanish. words so old even the language had changed around them. But Victoria heard it. She looked up from the telescope alignment, frowning. "Did you guys hear that?" Mark glanced over from where he was setting up the long exposure camera. "Hear what?" "I thought I heard..." Victoria trailed off. What had she heard? Singing. It was gone now, faded into the desert silence. Never mind. Probably just the wind. There is no wind, Lisa pointed out, her eyes on her laptop screen. Conditions are dead calm. That's why the seeing is so good tonight. Victoria returned her attention to the telescope. They were using a 12-inch Newtonian reflector for the primary imaging, with 2 smaller refractors set up for comparison shots. The equipment represented about $80,000 of university funding, and this was their 3rd night out of a planned 5-night survey. So far, everything had gone perfectly. Clear skies, good atmospheric transparency, equipment functioning flawlessly. But she couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled over her since Ranger Torres left. It wasn't anything specific, just a sense of being watched, of standing in a spotlight she couldn't see. The desert stretched away in all directions, empty and dark. There was nothing out there, nothing for miles. "Victoria, you should see this." Mark's voice held a strange note. She walked over to where he stood by the main telescope. "What is it?" "I was doing a test exposure of the moon before the eclipse starts, just to check the camera settings." He pulled up an image on his laptop. The moon filled the screen, crisp and detailed, its craters and Maria sharp in the high-resolution capture. "Looks good. What's the problem?" "Look at the edge, the terminator, where it's dark." Victoria leaned closer. At first, she didn't see anything unusual. Then Mark zoomed in on one section of the moon's edge, where the bright lunar surface met the darkness of space. There was something there. A shape. Visible only because it was slightly less dark than the space around it. It looked almost like a silhouette. A bird? No. Birds didn't fly in space. This was just... what? An artifact of the sensor? A piece of dust on the lens? "Run another exposure," she said. "Let's see if it's still there." Mark set up another shot. 30 seconds later, the new image appeared on the screen. The shape was still there, and it had moved. Just slightly, but definitely. It was closer to the moon now, as if it had drifted inward in the time between shots. "That's impossible," Lisa said, looking over their shoulders. "There's nothing that large in cislunar space. We track everything bigger than a softball. Satellites, debris, everything." "Could be a very high-altitude bird," James suggested. "Vultures can get up to like 30,000 feet. "Not high enough to appear in front of the moon at this resolution," Victoria said. She felt cold despite her jacket. "That would need to be, I don't know, really high and really big." They stood there for a moment, staring at the image. The shape was definitely bird-like. Wings, a body, something that might be a head, but the proportions were wrong. The wings were too long, too angular, and there was something about the way it was oriented, the way it seemed to be positioned, that made Victoria's stomach clench with irrational dread. "Let's keep shooting," she said, keeping her voice level. "Document everything. This could be something really interesting. A new kind of atmospheric phenomenon, maybe. Or a satellite we don't have tracking data for." But she didn't believe either of those explanations, and judging by the looks on her team's faces, neither did they. Over the next hour, they took exposure after exposure. The shape remained visible in every shot, growing steadily larger. Not closer, larger. As if whatever it was had been distant and was now approaching, drawn by their observation, by their instruments pointed at the sky, by their cameras capturing images of things that perhaps should not be captured. At 10:30, with the eclipse about to begin, Victoria heard the singing again. This time there was no mistaking it. A woman's voice, clear and beautiful, singing in Spanish. The words were just at the edge of comprehensibility. Something about stars, about watching, about ojos que miran, eyes that watch. "Okay, everyone heard that, right?" James said, his voice shaking slightly. "Tell me you all heard that." They had. All four of them stood still, listening. The singing came from somewhere to the south in the direction of the Mexican border, in the direction of nothing but miles of empty desert. It rose and fell, sometimes sounding close, sometimes far, sometimes seeming to come from multiple directions at once. Maybe it's carrying from a ranch, Mark said. Sound travels weird in the desert at night. The nearest ranch is 20 miles away, Victoria said. She pulled out her phone. No signal, which was expected out here. They had a satellite phone for emergencies, but what would she even report? We're hearing singing and seeing something weird on our photos. The first bite of Earth's shadow touched the moon at 10:47 p.m. exactly. Victoria watched through the telescope as darkness began to creep across the bright lunar surface, the shadow moving with the inexorable patience of orbital mechanics. This was what they'd come for, to document the progression of the eclipse, to capture the copper-red glow of totality when the moon passed fully into Earth's umbra. But something was wrong with the shadow. Victoria, Lisa's voice was very quiet. You need to look at this exposure. Victoria moved to Lisa's station. The image on the screen showed the moon with perhaps a quarter of its surface darkened by Earth's shadow. Except the shadow wasn't quite right. At its edge, where it curved across the lunar surface, there was a break. A place where light still reached the moon even though it should have been in full shadow. Or not light exactly. Something else. Something that looked almost like a reflection, like light bouncing off a surface that wasn't the Earth, wasn't the moon, wasn't anything that should be there in the vast emptiness between. Check the ephemeris data, Victoria said, her mouth dry. Make sure we have the right timing for the eclipse. Lisa pulled up the calculations. Timing's perfect. This is exactly when the shadow should be where it is. Then what's causing that reflection? No one had an answer. The singing grew louder. It was coming from multiple directions now, definitely and definitely closer. Victoria could make out more of the words. Ancient Spanish, the kind spoken centuries ago, mixed with something that might have been Nahuatl or Apache or something even older. The song spoke of the old gods, of things that lived in the sky before humans learned to name the stars, of watchers who remembered when the moon was young. I really don't like this, James said. He'd abandoned his station and was standing close to the others, safety in numbers. Maybe we should pack up. We're not leaving, Victoria said, more sharply than she intended. They'd spent months planning this expedition, thousands of dollars on equipment and permits and travel. They were scientists. They documented phenomena. They didn't run from them. We came here to observe an eclipse, and that's what we're going to do. But her hands shook as she returned to the main telescope. The moon was half-shadowed now, and the shape, that impossible bird shape that couldn't exist, was visible against its bright surface. No longer dark against space, now it showed as a silhouette against the moon itself, which meant it had moved, which meant it was between them and the moon, which meant it was enormous, larger than mountains, larger than cities. How is that possible? What could be that large and go unnoticed? How could something the size of a continent float in space without being seen, tracked, documented? Unless it didn't want to be seen. The thought came unbidden, and with it, a memory of her grandmother, her own mama, who'd grown up in Durango and never quite lost the old beliefs despite decades in Houston. She'd told Victoria stories about La Lechuza, the owl witch who served older things, things that lived in the spaces between. Victoria had dismissed them as folklore, as cultural stories meant to teach lessons about respecting the night, about not wandering where you shouldn't. But what if they weren't stories? What if they were warnings? It's looking at us, Mark whispered. He was staring through one of the smaller telescopes. Oh God, Victoria, it's looking at us. She pushed him aside, not gently, and looked through the eyepiece. The moon filled her vision, half dark, half bright, beautiful and terrible, and there, silhouetted against the brightness, the shape. She could see it clearly now through the magnification. Wings spread wide, each feather visible, each primary and secondary distinct. A body too elongated, proportions all wrong. And the head? The head was turned toward Earth, toward them. Even from 250,000 miles away, even through the telescope, Victoria could see its eyes. They weren't bird eyes. They were human eyes. A woman's eyes. Ancient and patient and hungry. She jerked back from the telescope, gasping. "Pack up, now, we're leaving." "But the eclipse—" "I said pack up." Her voice cracked. "Something is wrong. We need to get out of here." They moved fast, the discipline of months of fieldwork overriding their fear. Cameras disconnected, laptops closed, telescopes collapsed. Victoria helped Mark disassemble the main scope, her fingers fumbling with the familiar fixtures. The singing was everywhere now, surrounded by their instruments pointed at the sky, by their cameras capturing images of things that perhaps should not be captured. At 10:30, with the eclipse about to begin, Victoria heard the singing again. This time there was no mistaking it. A woman's voice, clear and beautiful, singing in Spanish. The words were just at the edge of comprehensibility. Something about stars, about watching, about ojos que miran, eyes that watch. "Okay, everyone heard that, right?" James said, his voice shaking slightly. "Tell me you all heard that." They had. All four of them stood still, listening. The singing came from somewhere to the south, in the direction of the Mexican border, in the direction of nothing but miles of empty desert. It rose and fell, sometimes sounding close, sometimes far, sometimes seeming to come from multiple directions at once. "Maybe it's carrying from a ranch," Mark said. "Sound travels weird in the desert at night." "The nearest ranch is 20 miles away," Victoria said. She pulled out her phone. No signal, which was expected out here. They had a satellite phone for emergencies, but what would she even report? "We're hearing singing and seeing something weird on our photos." The first bite of Earth's shadow touched the moon at 10:47 p.m. exactly. Victoria watched through the telescope as darkness began to creep across the bright lunar surface, the shadow moving with the inexorable patience of orbital mechanics. This was what they'd come for, to document the progression of the eclipse, to capture the copper-red glow of totality when the moon passed fully into Earth's umbra. But something was wrong with the shadow. "Victoria," Lisa's voice was very quiet, "you need to look at this exposure." Victoria moved to Lisa's station. The image on the screen showed the moon with perhaps a quarter of its surface darkened by Earth's shadow. Except the shadow wasn't quite right. At its edge, where it curved across the lunar surface, there was a break, a place where light still reached the moon even though it should have been in full shadow. Or not light exactly. Something else. Something that looked almost like a reflection, like light bouncing off a surface that wasn't the Earth, wasn't the moon, wasn't anything that should be there in the vast emptiness between. "Check the ephemeris data," Victoria said, her mouth dry. "Make sure we have the right timing for the eclipse." Lisa pulled up the calculations. "Timing's perfect. This is exactly when the shadow should be where it is." "Then what's causing that reflection?" No one had an answer. The singing grew louder. It was coming from multiple directions now, definitely and definitely closer. Victoria could make out more of the words. Ancient Spanish, the kind spoken centuries ago, mixed with something that might have been Nahuatl or Apache or something even older. The song spoke of the old gods, of things that lived in the sky before humans learned to name the stars, of watchers who remembered when the moon was young. "I really don't like this," James said. He'd abandoned his station and was standing close to the others, safety in numbers. "Maybe we should pack up. We're not leaving," Victoria said, more sharply than she intended. They'd spent months planning this expedition, thousands of dollars on equipment and permits and travel. They were scientists. They documented phenomena. They didn't run from them. "We came here to observe an eclipse, and that's what we're going to do." But her hands shook as she returned to the main telescope. The moon was half-shadowed now, and the shape, that impossible bird shape that couldn't exist, was visible against its bright surface. No longer dark against space, now it showed as a silhouette against the moon itself, which meant it had moved, which meant it was between them and the moon, which meant it was enormous, larger than mountains, larger than cities. How is that possible? What could be that large and go unnoticed? How could something the size of a continent float in space without being seen, tracked, documented? Unless it didn't want to be seen. The thought came unbidden, and with it, a memory of her grandmother, her own mama, who'd grown up in Durango and never quite lost the old beliefs despite decades in Houston. She'd told Victoria stories about La Lechuza, the owl witch who served older things that lived in the spaces between. Victoria had dismissed them as folklore, as cultural stories meant to teach lessons about respecting the night, about not wandering where you shouldn't. But what if they weren't stories? What if they were warnings? "It's looking at us," Mark whispered. He was staring through one of the smaller telescopes. "Oh God, Victoria, it's looking at us." She pushed him aside, not gently, and looked through the eyepiece. The moon filled her vision, half dark, half bright, beautiful and terrible, and there, silhouetted against the brightness, the shape. She could see it clearly now through the magnification. Wings spread wide, each feather visible, each primary and secondary distinct. A body too elongated, proportions all wrong. And the head was turned toward Earth, toward them. Even from 250,000 miles away, even through the telescope, Victoria could see its eyes. They weren't bird eyes. They were human eyes, a woman's eyes, ancient and patient and hungry. She jerked back from the telescope, gasping, "Pack up, now, we're leaving." "But the eclipse, I said pack up." Her voice cracked. "Something is wrong. We need to get out of here." They moved fast, the discipline of months of fieldwork overriding their fear. Cameras disconnected, laptops closed, telescopes collapsed. Victoria helped Mark disassemble the main scope, her fingers fumbling with the familiar fixtures. The singing was everywhere now, surrounding them, coming from the sky and the earth and the air itself. And then it stopped. The silence that followed was worse than left open, showing a final image on its screen. The moon in partial eclipse, and in front of it, a silhouette. A shape that shouldn't exist, that couldn't exist, that made his eyes hurt to look at directly. Daniel closed the laptop without saving the image. Some things, he thought, weren't meant to be documented. Some observations weren't meant to be recorded. The universe was vast and strange and full of things that lived in the gaps between human understanding, things that predated human existence and would continue long after humanity was dust, things that watched. He loaded the equipment into his truck and drove back to the ranger station, the eclipsed moon following him the whole way, copper red and alien in the sky. Tomorrow he would file a report about abandoned equipment and a research team that had cut their survey short for undisclosed reasons. He would not mention the shape. He would not mention the eyes. He would not mention the singing that he'd heard, faintly, carried on a wind that wasn't blowing. Because what would he say? That his grandmother's stories were true? That La Lechuza was real and vast and older than names? That there were things in the desert night that science couldn't measure, that instruments couldn't capture, that existed in scales and dimensions human minds weren't built to comprehend? No one would believe him. And maybe that was mercy. Maybe not knowing, not seeing, was a gift humanity had given itself. The ability to look up at the sky and see only stars, to observe an eclipse and see only shadow, to study the cosmos without understanding that the cosmos was studying back. When Daniel got home that night, early morning really, the sky just beginning to lighten in the east, he called his father. "Pa, I need to talk to you about something." "What's wrong, mijo? Remember the stories Mama Josefina used to tell about La Lechuza?" Silence on the line, then quietly, "Yes." "Were they true?" Another pause. Longer this time. "Some things, Daniel, are true whether we believe them or not. The old people knew that. They knew there are things in this world and beyond it that we don't understand, that we can't understand, and they knew that sometimes ignorance is survival. I saw something tonight, Pa. I know, you wouldn't be calling if you hadn't." His father's voice was heavy with something that might have been sympathy, might have been recognition, might have been the weight of 3 generations of Torres men learning the same hard truth about the desert and the sky. Now you have to decide what you're going to do with that knowledge. What did you do when you saw? I kept working. I kept my head down. I respected the old warnings, and I never ever looked at the stars quite the same way again. Daniel stood at his window, watching the dawn break over the mountains. The eclipsed moon was setting in the west, returning to its normal color as it slipped below the horizon. In a few hours, tourists would drive into the park, families would hike the trails, people would look up at the sky and see only beauty, only the simple wonder of nature. And he would let them, because maybe that innocence was precious, maybe not knowing was its own kind of blessing. But he would remember. On clear nights when the stars pressed down with too much intensity, when the desert was too quiet, when the singing drifted on winds that weren't blowing, he would remember. And he would tell himself it was just folklore, just stories, just the legends of old people trying to make sense of a big universe. He would tell himself that. But he wouldn't believe it. Brr. Victoria never went back to Big Bend. She submitted her resignation to the university 3 weeks later, citing personal reasons. The equipment was eventually recovered from the overlooked site, returned to the astronomy department. The hard drives were corrupted, the data unrecoverable. A technical glitch, the IT department said. Solar flares sometimes did that to electronics. The corrupted files sat in a storage cabinet for 2 years before being disposed of as part of routine data management. No one looked closely enough to notice that the corruption wasn't random noise. That buried in the static and broken bits, there were patterns, fractals, mathematical relationships that didn't match any known natural phenomenon. Images of wings. And if you looked at them long enough, if you adjusted the contrast just right, you could see the eyes staring back. Patient, eternal, watching, always watching. Location, North Cascades National Park, Washington. Date, March 12, 2011. The mountains wore their winter colors like a warning. Evelyn Torres had been a ranger at North Cascades for exactly 4 months, and she still hadn't gotten used to how the landscape could shift from beautiful to hostile in the space between one breath and the next. This morning the peaks were invisible, wrapped in clouds that hung so low they merged with the fog rising from the valleys. The Douglas firs and western hemlocks emerged from the white like dark pillars holding up nothing, their branches heavy with yesterday's snowfall that hadn't quite melted despite the warming temperatures. She stood outside the Marble Mount Ranger Station at 7:30 in the morning, drinking coffee that had gone lukewarm in her thermos while she studied the weather report on the outdated computer inside. March in the North Cascades was unpredictable. One day you'd have clear skies and temperatures in the 50s. The next you'd be back in full winter with fresh snow and wind chills below freezing. Today fell somewhere in between, 42 degrees at the valley floor, fog advisory until noon, visibility less than a quarter mile in places. Not dangerous, necessarily, but not ideal for hiking either. The overnight trail registry showed only one group had signed in for backcountry camping, 4 people planning a 2-night trip on the Cascade Pass Trail. They'd checked in yesterday morning at 9, planning to camp at the designated site near Pelton Basin and return Sunday afternoon. Standard route, nothing concerning. The names were listed in neat handwriting. Tyler Reeves, Madison Cho, Kyle Patterson, Samantha Costa. Ages 24 to 27. Contact number for Tyler. Emergency contact information complete. They'd done everything right. Evelyn had checked them in herself, actually. She remembered them. 4 friends from Seattle, all with decent gear and appropriate clothing layers, clearly experienced enough to know what they were doing. Tyler had asked intelligent questions about current trail conditions and snow depth at higher elevations. Madison had been studying a detailed topographic map, making notes about elevation gain. They'd seemed competent, prepared, exactly the kind of visitors who rarely caused problems. Still, something about this morning made Evelyn uneasy. Maybe it was just the fog, the way it made familiar landmarks disappear and turned the forest into something labyrinthine and strange. Maybe it was the silence, not peaceful silence, but the heavy quiet that came when sound didn't carry properly, when the air itself seemed to muffle everything. Or maybe it was the fact that today marked exactly 4 months since she'd started this job, and she was still very aware of being the newest, least experienced person on the ranger staff. She'd been a high school biology teacher for 6 years before this, had loved the work, loved the kids, but something had been missing. She'd grown up hiking and camping with her parents throughout the Pacific Northwest, had always felt more alive in the mountains than anywhere else, and the teaching job, with its fluorescent lights and recycled air and endless administrative requirements, had started to feel like a cage. When the ranger position opened up at North Cascades, she'd applied almost on impulse, not really expecting to get it. But she had gotten it, had completed the training, passed the certifications, learned the radio codes and GPS coordinates and emergency protocols, had spent 4 months proving to herself and everyone else that she could do this job, that the transition from classroom to wilderness hadn't been a mistake. Most days she felt confident. Most days she felt like she belonged here. Today wasn't one of those days. The radio on her belt crackled. Marble Mount, this is New Halem Base. Evelyn unclipped it. Go ahead, New Halem. Just checking in. You got that fog as thick as we do? Affirmative, can't see more than 100 feet. Yeah, same here. We're recommending all visitors postpone day hikes until conditions improve. How many groups you got in the backcountry? Just one. 4 people on Cascade Pass due back tomorrow afternoon. Copy. They should be fine if they're already at their campsite. This fog's supposed to burn off by noon anyway. Just keep an eye on the weather and let us know if anything changes. Will do. Evelyn clipped the radio back and finished her coffee, grimacing at the cold, bitter taste. The sun was technically up now, though you couldn't tell by looking. The fog glowed with diffuse light that came from everywhere and nowhere, making it impossible to determine direction or distance. Trees appeared suddenly as dark shapes that could be 10 feet away or 50. The parking area, visible from the station yesterday, had disappeared entirely. She went back inside to update the daily log and check email. Standard administrative work, the kind of thing she'd hoped to leave behind when she quit teaching but had quickly discovered was part of every job. Trail condition reports, weather updates, a reminder about an upcoming training session on bear safety protocols, an email from her supervisor complimenting her work on last month's visitor education programs. By 9 o'clock, the fog still hadn't lifted, but the parking area was starting to fill with disappointed day hikers who'd driven up from Seattle or Bellingham hoping for clear weather. Evelyn spent an hour explaining conditions, recommending they postpone their hikes or visit the visitor center instead, being patient with the ones who argued that they'd driven all this way and couldn't the rangers do something about the fog. Around 10:30 things finally quieted down. Most of the visitors had either left or headed to the visitor center. Evelyn was about to start her routine patrol of the nearby trails when her cell phone rang. Her personal phone, not the ranger station line. Unknown number, but local area code. Hello? Hi, is this North Cascades Ranger Station? Male voice, young, stressed. Background noise that sounded like wind and movement. This is Ranger Torres. Who am I speaking with? Tyler Reeves. My friends and I, we checked in with you yesterday morning. 4 of us going to Cascade Pass. Evelyn felt a spike of concern. Yes, I remember. Is everything okay? We don't know. Something weird is happening. We need help. She grabbed a pen and notepad automatically. Are any of you injured? Do you need medical evacuation? No, we're not hurt. We can't get out. We've been trying to hike out since 7 this morning and we keep ending up back at the same place. Evelyn paused. I'm not sure I understand. You're lost? No, we're not lost. We know exactly where we are. We're on the trail, following it downhill like we're supposed to, and after maybe 45 minutes of hiking, we end up back at our campsite. The exact same campsite. We've tried 3 times now and it keeps happening. You're going in circles, accidentally doubling back. That's what we thought at first. Tyler's voice had an edge of panic now. But we're being careful. We're watching the trail markers. We're using our compass and GPS. We're going downhill, consistently downhill, and the trail isn't branching or turning back on itself. It's impossible, but it keeps happening. We hike for about 45 minutes, always descending, and then we come around a corner and there's our campsite again. Same trees, same tent, same everything. Evelyn felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature, What's your current location? Pelton Basin campsite like we planned, about 6 miles up the Cascade Pass Trail. And you're all together? All 4 of you? Yes, we're all here. Nobody's injured. We've got food and water and our gear is fine. We can't leave. Every time we try to hike out, we end up right back here. This didn't make sense. Evelyn had hiked the Cascade Pass Trail a dozen times during her training. It was well marked, well maintained, essentially impossible to get lost on. You followed it uphill to the pass, or you followed it downhill to the trailhead. There were no loops, no confusing intersections, nothing. He loaded the equipment into his truck, moon following him the whole way, copper red and alien in the sky. Tomorrow he would file a report about abandoned equipment and a research team that had cut their survey short for undisclosed reasons. He would not mention the shape. He would not mention the eyes. He would not mention the singing that he'd heard, faintly, carried on a wind that wasn't blowing. Because what would he say? That his grandmother's stories were true? That La Lechuza was real and vast and older than names? That there were things in the desert night that science couldn't measure, that instruments couldn't capture, that existed in scales and dimensions human minds weren't built to comprehend? No one would believe him. And maybe that was mercy. Maybe not knowing, not seeing, was a gift humanity had given itself. The ability to look up at the sky and see only stars, to observe an eclipse and see only shadow, to study the cosmos without understanding that the cosmos was studying back. When Daniel got home that night, early morning really, the sky just beginning to lighten in the east, he called his father. Pa, I need to talk to you about something. What's wrong, mijo? Remember the stories Mama Josefina used to tell about La Lechuza? Silence on the line, then quietly, yes. Were they true? Another pause. Longer this time. Some things, Daniel, are true whether we believe them or not. The old people knew that. They knew there are things in this world and beyond it that we don't understand, that we can't understand, and they knew that sometimes ignorance is survival. I saw something tonight, Pa. I know, you wouldn't be calling if you hadn't. His father's voice was heavy with something that might have been sympathy, might have been recognition, might have been the weight of 3 generations of Torres men learning the same hard truth about the desert and the sky. Now you have to decide what you're going to do with that knowledge. What did you do when you saw? I kept working. I kept my head down. I respected the old warnings, and I never ever looked at the stars quite the same way again. Daniel stood at his window, watching the dawn break over the mountains. The eclipsed moon was setting in the west, returning to its normal color as it slipped below the horizon. In a few hours, tourists would drive into the park, families would hike the trails, people would look up at the sky and see only beauty, only the simple wonder of nature. And he would let them, because maybe that innocence was precious, maybe not knowing was its own kind of blessing. But he would remember. On clear nights when the stars pressed down with too much intensity, when the desert was too quiet, when the singing drifted on winds that weren't blowing, he would remember. And he would tell himself it was just folklore, just stories, just the legends of old people trying to make sense of a big universe. He would tell himself that. But he wouldn't believe it. Victoria never went back to Big Bend. She submitted her resignation to the university 3 weeks later, citing personal reasons. The equipment was eventually recovered from the overlooked site, returned to the astronomy department. The hard drives were corrupted, the data unrecoverable. A technical glitch, the IT department said. Solar flares sometimes did that to electronics. The corrupted files sat in a storage cabinet for 2 years before being disposed of as part of routine data management. No one looked closely enough to notice that the corruption wasn't random noise. That buried in the static and broken bits, there were patterns, fractals, mathematical relationships that didn't match any known natural phenomenon. Images of wings. And if you looked at them long enough, if you adjusted the contrast just right, you could see the eyes staring back. Patient, eternal, watching, always around us, like tapping, like something tapping on the tree trunks in a pattern. It stops when we try to locate it, then starts up again somewhere else. The chill Evelyn had felt earlier intensified. Have you seen anything? Any wildlife? No, nothing. The forest feels empty except for that tapping sound. Stay together. Don't split up for any reason. If the tapping gets closer, or if you see anything unusual, call me immediately. Okay, we will. After hanging up, Evelyn immediately called Bill Crawford and explained the update. He was quiet for a long moment, and when he spoke, his voice had changed, less skeptical now, more concerned. Evelyn, I'm going to ask you something, and I need you to be honest. Have you heard the old stories about the North Cascades? The Salish stories? Some. My parents mentioned them when we used to hike here, but I always thought they were just folklore. Most folklore starts somewhere. The Salish people who lived here for thousands of years had stories about spirits in the deep forest. Called them different names. Stick Indians was the most common English translation, though that's not quite accurate. Supposed to be tricksters, or guardians, or something in between. The stories said they could make trails turn back on themselves. Could trap people in loops of space that didn't follow normal rules. Could make hikers walk in circles without realizing it. Bill, are you seriously suggesting? I'm not suggesting anything. I'm telling you what the old stories say. And I'm telling you that in 23 years, I've heard 4 or 5 reports that sound similar to what you're describing. Always in the same general area, the basin between Cascade Pass and the lower trail. Always involving people who suddenly can't navigate out despite doing everything right. Usually resolves itself after a few hours, sometimes after a day. People eventually walk out confused but unharmed. Usually. There was one case in 1997 before you were here. 2 experienced hikers went missing in that area for 3 days. When they finally emerged, they claimed they'd only been hiking for about 6 hours. Couldn't account for the missing time. Their watches had stopped. Their GPS showed impossible readings. Search and rescue found them dehydrated and hypothermic, but they'd had plenty of food and water in their packs that they insisted they'd tried to use. Evelyn felt something cold settling in her stomach. What are you telling me to do? I'm telling you to take this seriously, even if it doesn't make rational sense. Get a team together, but be careful. Make sure everyone stays in visual contact. Don't let anyone wander off alone. And Evelyn, take tobacco. Tobacco? It's traditional, an offering. The old way of showing respect when you enter certain places. I know how that sounds, but trust me on this. Take a pouch of loose tobacco and leave it at the trailhead before you go in. Can't hurt, might help. Bill, I'll authorize the search and rescue operation officially. You'll take Dave Martinez with you. He's Salish. Grew up hearing these stories, he'll understand. Get another 2 people, minimum 4 on the team. Leave within the hour. And Evelyn, come back with everyone. I mean everyone. Don't leave anyone behind no matter what. The line went dead. Tyler Reeves had been working as a software engineer in Seattle for 3 years, and he'd gotten into the habit of treating everything like a logic problem. Input, process, output, cause and effect. When something didn't work, you debugged it. You found the error in the code and fixed it. But there was no debugging this. He sat on a log near the tent. His 3 best friends clustered around him and tried to make sense of something that didn't follow any logical rules. They'd hiked the Cascade Pass Trail before 2 years ago, and it had been straightforward. You went up or you went down. The trail was well marked. You couldn't get lost if you tried. And yet they'd been trapped here for over 4 hours now. Madison Cho sat next to him, her topographic map spread across her knees, running calculations on her phone. She was an architect, methodical and precise, someone who thought in 3 dimensions and understood space better than anyone Tyler knew. If anyone could figure out what was happening, it should be her. It doesn't work, she said finally, her voice tight with frustration. The elevation change is wrong. According to my GPS, we descended 430 feet in that first attempt. That should have taken us at least a third of the way back to the trailhead. But we ended up here, where we started, at the same elevation. The elevation change didn't persist. Kyle Patterson, who'd been Tyler's roommate in college and was now a physical therapist, looked up from where he'd been examining the chalk marks on nearby trees. I marked trees every 100 paces like you said. 23 marks total, which means we walked at least 2,300 paces. My stride is about 2.5 feet, so that's almost 5,700 feet of linear distance, over a mile. But we're sitting in a clearing that's maybe 50 yards across. Samantha Costa, Sam to everyone who knew her, was the quietest of the group normally, a graphic designer who spent most of her time listening rather than talking, but now she spoke up, her voice steady despite the fear Tyler could see in her eyes. We need to talk about what's really happening here. This isn't a navigation error. This isn't us being stupid or careless. Something is wrong with space itself in this area. That's impossible, Tyler said automatically, but the words felt hollow. Is it? Sam gestured around them. We've been measuring and documenting everything. We know exactly what we're doing. We know how to use a compass and a GPS and how to read trail markers. And yet we can't leave. What's the rational explanation for that? Tyler didn't have one. That was the problem. He'd been running through possibilities all morning. Equipment malfunction, group hallucination, some kind of gas leak causing shared delirium. And none of them fit the facts. They were all thinking clearly. Their equipment worked. They could see the trail, follow it precisely, and still end up back where they started. The ranger's coming, Madison said quietly. She'll figure it out. That's her job. What if she gets trapped too? Kyle asked. What if this whole area is some kind of, some kind of anomaly and everyone who comes in here gets stuck? Then eventually someone will notice and send help from outside. They'll figure out what's happening and fix it. Will they? Sam was looking at the trees surrounding their campsite, her expression distant. Tyler, do you remember what that old man at the trailhead said yesterday, when we were signing in? Tyler did remember. There'd been an elderly indigenous man sitting on a bench near the ranger station, watching them prepare for their hike. He'd approached as they were about to start, moving slowly, leaning on a carved walking stick. You kids heading up to Cascade Pass? He'd asked. They'd confirmed they were. Be careful up there. Stay on the trail. Don't listen to anything you hear off in the trees. And if you see anyone else up there, anyone at all, don't follow them, even if they look familiar. At the time, Tyler had assumed it was just the kind of vague warning old-timers like to give young hikers. Be safe, be prepared, watch out for dangers both real and imagined. He'd thanked the man politely, and they'd started hiking. Now the warning felt more specific, more urgent. What do you think he meant? Sam asked. About not following anyone even if they look familiar? Probably just talking about getting separated, Madison said, but she didn't sound convinced. Kyle stood up abruptly. Okay, this is getting too weird. I don't believe in ghosts or spirits or whatever, but something is definitely wrong here and I don't want to wait around to find out what. Let's try one more time. All four of us, staying within arm's reach of each other. We'll hike down and we won't stop for anything until we reach the trailhead. The ranger said to stay here, Tyler reminded him. The ranger doesn't understand what's happening. We're wasting time. Come on. Tyler wanted to argue, but part of him agreed. Sitting here waiting felt passive, helpless. They were young, healthy, experienced hikers. They should be able to walk out of their own campsite. Fine, he said, but we do this smart. Full packs, all supplies like we're not coming back. And we all stay together. Nobody gets more than 5 feet from anyone else. They broke camp quickly. They'd done it enough times that it was almost automatic. Tent collapsed and rolled, sleeping bags stuffed into compression sacks, food and water secured. Within 15 minutes they were ready, standing at the edge of the campsite where the trail continued downhill into the fog. The tapping sound started again. It came from somewhere to their left, in the dense forest off the trail. A rhythmic sound wood on wood like someone knocking on tree trunks in a deliberate pattern. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. It moved as they listened, circling around them, always staying just out of sight. What is that? Madison whispered. Animal, probably, Tyler said, trying to sound confident. Woodpecker or something. Woodpeckers don't tap in patterns. The sound stopped. The forest went silent again. That heavy, muffled silence that felt wrong, that felt like the world was holding its breath. "Let's just go," Sam said. "Now, before it starts again." They began hiking downhill, staying close together as promised. Tyler led, followed by Madison, then Sam, with Kyle bringing up the rear. They moved at a steady pace, not hurrying but not dawdling either. The trail was clear, well-maintained, descending steadily into the fog. 5 minutes passed. 10. 15. They were moving downhill consistently. Tyler could feel it in his knees, in the way his pack's weight shifted forward. They passed landmarks he recognized from previous attempts. A distinctive twisted tree, a large boulder with a flat top, a section where the trail narrowed between two old-growth firs. 20 minutes. 25. They should be making good progress now, putting real distance between themselves and the campsite. 30 minutes. Tyler's legs were burning from the sustained descent. His GPS showed they'd dropped almost 600 feet in elevation. That was significant. That was real progress. And then they came around a familiar bend and saw the clearing ahead, and Tyler felt his stomach drop. Their campsite. The exact same spot they'd left 30 minutes ago. "No," Madison said. "No, that's not possible. We went downhill the entire time." Kyle pulled out his phone, showing them the tracking app he'd been running. "Look, we've moved. The GPS shows we traveled almost 2 miles. We changed elevation. We didn't turn around. We didn't double back. We went in a straight line downhill. Then how are we here?" Sam's voice was rising now, panic creeping in. "How are we back at the same place?" Tyler walked forward into the clearing, examining the ground. There were their boot prints from earlier attempts, still visible in the damp soil. There was the flat rock where they'd set up their camp stove. There was the tree he'd tied the bear bag line to. And there, on a log at the edge of the clearing, was the granola bar wrapper Sam had left as a test marker, still sitting exactly where she'd placed it 4 hours ago. "We never left," Tyler said quietly. "We think we're moving, we feel like we're moving, but somehow we never actually leave this spot. That's impossible." "I know." The tapping started again, closer now. All around them, coming from multiple directions at once. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, 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 tap. Like something was communicating, coordinating, surrounding them. And then Sam grabbed Tyler's arm, her grip tight enough to hurt. "Tyler, look at the trees." He looked where she was pointing. In the fog surrounding their campsite, shapes were moving. Not animal shapes. Not human shapes either exactly. They were tall and thin, moving with a strange, jerky gait that didn't look natural. They stayed just at the edge of visibility, always in the peripheral vision, never quite clear enough to see directly. "Are those people?" Madison whispered. "I don't think so," Kyle said. The shapes moved closer, and Tyler could see them better now. They were made of sticks, that was the only way he could think to describe it. Bundles of branches and twigs, somehow moving with purpose, somehow standing upright, somehow watching them with eyes that shouldn't exist but did, glowing faintly in the shadows. The old man's warning echoed in his memory. "Don't listen to anything you hear off in the trees. Don't follow anyone, even if they look familiar." "Back to back," Tyler said, keeping his voice low and steady despite the terror rising in his throat. "Form a circle. Don't look directly at them. Don't respond to anything they do." The 4 friends pressed together, each facing outward, covering all directions. The stick figures circled them slowly, never getting too close but never backing away either. The tapping continued, and Tyler realized it was coming from them. They were striking the trees as they moved, marking their territory, announcing their presence. His phone rang, the sound impossibly loud in the quiet. He fumbled for it, nearly dropping it, and saw Ranger Torres's name on the screen. "We're in trouble," he said as soon as he answered. "There's something here. Something surrounding us. Tyler, listen to me very carefully." The ranger's voice was tight with urgency. "Do not engage with anything you see. Do not speak to it. Don't acknowledge it. Don't make eye contact. I'm coming with a team. We'll be there in 90 minutes. Can you hold out that long? I don't know what happens if we can't. Then you find a way. Stay together, stay strong. I'm coming. The line went dead just as the stick figures rushed forward all at once. Evelyn Torres had assembled her team in record time. Dave Martinez, the Salish ranger Bill had mentioned, plus 2 experienced search and rescue volunteers named Sarah Chen and Marcus Webb. All 4 of them stood in the Marble Mount parking area, loading packs with extra supplies while Evelyn briefed them on the situation. She left out the parts about stick Indians and folkloric anomalies. Stuck to the facts. 4 hikers trapped in a spatial loop, unable to navigate out, reporting unusual phenomena. Possible psychological distress, possible environmental factors, definite need for immediate extraction. Dave Martinez didn't say anything while she talked, but she caught the look he exchanged with Sarah. They knew. They understood what she wasn't saying. Before we go, Dave said quietly, I need to do something. He pulled a small leather pouch from his pack and walked to the trailhead marker. Evelyn watched as he opened the pouch, revealing loose tobacco, and scattered a pinch on the ground at the base of the marker. He spoke in a language she didn't understand. Lushootseed, she guessed, the language of the Coast Salish peoples. His voice was respectful, measured, asking for something or offering something or both. When he finished, he turned back to the team. Okay, we can go now. They started up the trail at a quick pace, faster than normal but sustainable. 6 miles to Pelton Basin campsite, elevation gain of about 4,000 feet. In good conditions with light packs, maybe 2.5 hours. Today, with full rescue gear and heavy fog, they were aiming for under 3. The fog was lifting gradually, visibility improving from 100 feet to maybe 300. They could see the trail ahead clearly enough now, could see the massive trees looming on either side. Douglas firs 6 feet in diameter, western red cedars that had been growing since before the first Europeans arrived in this region. The forest here was old, ancient, timeless in a way that made human concerns feel temporary and small. Evelyn found herself hiking next to Dave as the trail steepened. Can I ask you something? Go ahead. The stories Bill mentioned, the stick Indians, are they real? Dave was quiet for several strides. Real is a complicated word. Are they physical beings you can touch and photograph? Probably not. Are they forces that exist in certain places that can affect people who enter those places? Yeah, I'd say so. How does that work? I'm not sure it's about how. Different peoples have different names for them. We call them Sinulkai and Lushootseed. Roughly translates to stick people or tree people. Other tribes have other names. But the basic idea is consistent. There are beings in the deep forest that don't follow human rules. They're tricksters sometimes, teachers other times, dangerous if disrespected. They can change how space works, make trails loop back on themselves, make time move differently. But that's not scientifically possible. Neither is quantum entanglement until you measure it and find out it is. Dave smiled slightly. I'm not asking you to believe in magic, Ranger Torres. I'm just asking you to keep an open mind about what's possible. These mountains were here long before we named them parks, long before we drew maps and established trails. There are old places in the world where old things still live, and sometimes they remind us that we're visitors here, not owners. They hiked in silence after that, climbing steadily. An hour passed, then 90 minutes. The fog had lifted enough that they could see the peaks above them now, snow-covered and jagged against the gray sky. Beautiful and hostile at the same time, the way mountains always were. At 2 hours and 20 minutes, they reached Pelton Basin. The campsite was exactly where it should be, exactly as described. A small clearing, flat area for tents, ring of stones for a fire, but no tent, no gear, no people. Tyler, Evelyn called. Madison, Kyle, Samantha. Her voice echoed strangely in the basin, bouncing off the surrounding ridges in a way that made it sound like multiple people calling at once. No response. They should be here, Sarah said, checking her GPS. This is the registered campsite. Fan out, Evelyn ordered. Search pattern 20-yard radius. Stay in visual contact. They spread out, examining the area carefully. And within minutes, Dave called out, "Over here, I found something." Evelyn joined him at the edge of the clearing. He was crouching near a tree, pointing at marks on the trunk. Fresh marks, carved or scratched into the bark. Not random, deliberate, patterned. A series of lines and symbols that looked almost like writing, but in no alphabet Evelyn recognized. "These are warnings," Dave said. "Old style, the kind my grandfather taught me about. They mark territory. They say, this place is claimed, this place is occupied. Proceed with respect or not at all." Who made them? Not who. What? Sarah's radio crackled. "Evelyn, you need to see this." They found her on the opposite side of the clearing, standing next to a pile of equipment. 4 backpacks arranged neatly. 4 sleeping bags rolled and stacked. A tent still in its stuff sack. All the gear from the missing hikers, organized and abandoned. "They wouldn't leave this," Marcus said. "Not voluntarily. Not in March in the mountains." Evelyn keyed her radio. "New Hallam Base, this is Unit 7. We've reached Pelton Basin campsite. The hikers are not present, but we've found their equipment. Requesting additional support and possible helicopter evac if weather permits. Static. Then more static." She adjusted the frequency and tried again. "New Hallam Base, do you copy?" Nothing. Just the empty hiss of dead air. "That's not right," Marcus said. "We should have clear contact from here." Dave was need to leave. Now. "We can't leave without the hikers. We can't help them if we get trapped too." He pointed into the forest. "Look. Really look." Evelyn looked where he indicated and felt her breath catch. In the trees surrounding the clearing, shapes were moving. Tall, thin shapes that seemed to be made of branches and shadow, moving with a stilted gait that wasn't quite right. They stayed just at the edge of visibility, always in peripheral vision, never quite clear enough to focus on directly. And they were coming closer. "What are those?" Sarah whispered. "Sinulkai," Dave said. "The stick people. We're in their territory now, and they're not happy about it." The shapes circled the clearing slowly, and Evelyn could hear it now. The tapping sound Tyler had described. Wood on wood, rhythmic and deliberate, coming from all directions at once. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. "Options?" Evelyn asked, trying to keep her voice steady. "We leave the way we came, quickly and respectfully, or we try to negotiate, which I don't recommend because I don't speak their language well enough, and I'm not sure they're in a negotiating mood. We can't leave without the hikers." "The hikers are gone, Ranger Torres. They're in the loop now, in the space between spaces. We can't reach them from here." "Then how do we get them back?" Dave looked at her, and his expression was sympathetic but firm. "We don't. They have to find their own way out. That's how it works. The Sinulkai take people into their territory, into the folded space they control. Time moves differently there. Space doesn't follow our rules. The hikers might be gone for an hour or a day or a week from our perspective, but from theirs it could be minutes or months. When the Sinulkai decide to release them, if they decide to release them, they'll walk out like nothing happened. That's not acceptable. It's not about acceptable, it's about what is." The shapes were getting closer now, close enough that Evelyn could see details. They weren't made of sticks exactly. They were sticks, somehow animated, somehow given form and purpose, bundles of branches woven together in roughly humanoid shapes, with eyes that glowed faintly in the shadows and mouths that shouldn't exist but did, opening and closing soundlessly. "We need to go," Marcus said urgently. "Right now." Evelyn made a decision she knew she'd second-guess for the rest of her career. "Everybody back to the trail. Move quickly. Don't run. Don't look directly at them." They started walking, and the stick figures followed, maintaining their distance but clearly herding them, guiding them back toward the trail. The tapping intensified, surrounding them, creating a rhythm that felt almost like language. They were almost to the trail when Sarah stopped suddenly. Wait, do you hear that? Evelyn listened. Underneath the tapping, she could hear voices, human voices, calling for help. That's Tyler. Sarah started toward the sound. No. Dave grabbed her arm. That's not Tyler. That's them, mimicking human voices. It's a trap. But what if it's really him? It's not. Trust me. The voices got louder, more desperate. Help us, please. We're stuck. We can't get out. It sounded exactly like Tyler, exactly like someone in genuine distress. Every instinct Evelyn had trained for years was screaming at her to respond, to help, to rescue. But Dave's grip on her arm tightened. That's not him. Keep walking. They reached the trail and started downhill, moving fast now. The voices followed them, staying just out of sight, calling and pleading and begging. The stick figures paralleled them through the trees, always visible in peripheral vision, never quite solid enough to photograph. They hiked for what felt like hours but was probably only 30 minutes. And then suddenly the forest changed. The fog lifted completely. The oppressive silence broke, replaced by normal forest sounds. Birds, wind, the distant rush of water. The stick figures vanished as if they'd never been there. And Evelyn's radio crackled back to life. Unit 7, this is New Harlem Base. You dropped off our scopes for about 40 minutes. What's your status? Evelyn keyed the radio with shaking hands. Base, we're okay. We're hiking out. The missing hikers were not at their campsite. We found their equipment but no sign of them. Copy. We've had a development here. 4 hikers just walked into the ranger station about 10 minutes ago. A Tyler Reeves and 3 others. They claim they just hiked out from Cascade Pass Trail. They seem confused and disoriented, but physically fine. Evelyn stopped walking. Say that again? The missing hikers. They're here. They showed up on their own while you were searching for them. The team exchanged looks. Dave smiled slightly, though there was no humor in it. Told you, the Sinulkai released them. Probably decided they'd learned their lesson. What lesson? Sarah asked. Respect, maybe. Humility. Understanding that there are places humans don't control, no matter how many trails we build or maps we draw. They continued hiking down, and Evelyn found herself thinking about what Dave had said, about old places and old things, about the fact that humans had been in these mountains for maybe 10,000 years, but the mountains themselves had been here for 50 million. About the arrogance of thinking you could map and measure and understand everything just because you could see it and walk through it. By the time they reached the trailhead, it was late afternoon. The fog had burned off completely, and the mountains were visible now in their full glory. White peaks against blue sky, beautiful and indifferent to human concerns. Tyler and his friends were waiting at the ranger station, wrapped in emergency blankets and drinking hot coffee. They looked exhausted but unharmed. When Evelyn approached, Tyler stood up quickly. Ranger Torres, thank you for coming to help us. We figured it out eventually. Figured what out? How to leave. We stopped trying to fight it, stopped trying to understand it. We just asked whatever was keeping us there to let us go. Promised we'd respect the forest, that we'd remember this experience, and then we were able to hike out. Took maybe 20 minutes and we were at the trailhead. Did you see anything while you were trapped? Hear anything unusual? Tyler exchanged glances with his friends. We saw some things, heard some things, but honestly, the whole experience is already getting fuzzy in my memory, like a dream that fades when you wake up. We were there for hours, but also maybe we weren't. Time didn't work right. Evelyn nodded slowly. I'm going to need all 4 of you to come to the medical center for evaluation. Standard procedure for any backcountry incident, and we'll need formal statements about what happened. Of course, whatever you need. But Evelyn knew that whatever they wrote in their statements, whatever they remembered, it wouldn't capture what really happened out there. You couldn't put that in a report, couldn't quantify it, or explain it or file it away in a neat category. Some things existed outside the official record. Some things were real even when they didn't make sense. Minko, 3 weeks later, Evelyn was reviewing incident reports when she came across a note from Bill Crawford. It was brief, handwritten, attached to the file from the Cascade Pass incident. 4 hikers trapped in spatial loop at Pelton Basin. All emerged unharmed after approximately 6 hours. Medical evaluation showed no physical effects beyond normal fatigue and mild dehydration. Hikers report memory of events is unclear and fading rapidly. Psychological evaluation recommended but declined by all parties. No further action required. Case closed. Below that, in smaller writing, Evelyn, good work up there. You kept your head, trusted your team, and everyone came home safe. That's what matters. The mountains keep their secrets. We just try to help people navigate around them. Bill. Evelyn filed the report and went back to her regular duties. But she found herself thinking about that day often. About the stick figures in the fog. About the tapping sounds in the looping trail. About Dave's words regarding old places and old things. She'd been a ranger for 4 months when the Cascade Pass incident happened. It had taught her something they didn't cover in training. Something she suspected most rangers never learned no matter how many years they served. The wilderness wasn't empty. It wasn't just trees and rocks and animals waiting for humans to arrive and give them meaning. The wilderness was full of history and mystery and things that had their own reasons for being there. Reasons that had nothing to do with humans and our trails and our maps and our desperate need to understand everything. Sometimes the best thing you could do was recognize your limits, show respect, ask permission, and when something made it clear you weren't welcome, have the wisdom to leave. That was the real lesson of the North Cascades. Not that the wilderness was dangerous, everyone knew that, but that the wilderness was sovereign, ancient, and patient. It had been here before humans arrived. It would be here long after humans were gone. And in certain places, at certain times, it reminded you of that fact in ways you couldn't ignore. Evelyn never hiked the Cascade Pass Trail again, though she continued working at North Cascades for 3 more years. When visitors asked about that trail, she recommended it readily. It was beautiful, well-maintained, safe for experienced hikers. But she always added one note of caution, delivered lightly enough that most people didn't think too much about it. Stay on the marked trail. Don't follow anything you hear or see in the trees. And if you feel like you're going in circles, stop and ask permission to leave. You'd be surprised how often that works. Most visitors laughed or nodded politely, assuming she was being metaphorical or poetic. A few understood. Those were the ones who'd spent enough time in deep wilderness to know that the world was stranger and older than maps could capture. Those were the ones who came back from their hikes with stories they weren't quite sure how to tell, about experiences that didn't quite fit into normal categories. Those were the ones who listened when the mountains spoke, and who had the wisdom to speak back. Tyler Reeves returned to his software engineering job in Seattle and tried to forget about what happened at Cascade Pass. For the first few weeks, he was largely successful. The memory faded exactly as he'd told Ranger Torres it would, like a dream losing definition upon waking, until only fragments remained. But sometimes late at night when he couldn't sleep, he'd remember the sensation of walking downhill for hours and ending up exactly where he started. He'd remember the tapping sounds in the forest, rhythmic and purposeful. He'd remember the shapes made of sticks and shadow circling closer, and he'd remember the moment when they'd finally stopped fighting, when Madison had said, "Maybe we should ask," and they'd all thought she was crazy, but tried it anyway. When they'd stood in that clearing and spoken out loud to something they couldn't see, asking respectfully to be released, promising to remember. The way the forest had suddenly felt different after that. The way the oppressive weight had lifted. The way the trail had simply been there, straightforward and clear, leading them out. He never told anyone outside his close friend group about that part. It sounded too ridiculous, too much like something from a fantasy novel. But he remembered it clearly, more clearly than anything else from that day. 3 months after the incident, Tyler received a package in the mail. No return address, just his name and address written in careful handwriting. Inside was a small wooden carving, a figure made from twisted branches about 6 inches tall, roughly humanoid but clearly not human. And a note, written on plain paper. Remember your promise. Respect the old places. They remember you too. Tyler put the carving on his bookshelf, where it sat among his fantasy novels and hiking guidebooks. Visitors occasionally asked about it, and he'd say it was a souvenir from a hiking trip, which was true in its way. But late at night, when he looked at it in the dim light from his bedroom, he could swear it moved sometimes, just slightly, just enough to remind him that some promises weren't metaphorical. Some promises were real, and breaking them had consequences. Tyler kept his promise. He never went back to the North Cascades, and when he hiked in other wilderness areas, which he continued to do, because the mountains were still beautiful and still worth visiting, he always paused at trailheads, always showed respect, always asked permission, even if just silently in his own mind, and always stayed on the marked trail. Because he'd learned what the rangers had learned, what the indigenous peoples had known for thousands of years. The wilderness had rules. Not human rules, not rules you could write down in a guidebook, but rules nonetheless. Follow them, and the mountains would let you pass through safely, would share their beauty and their peace. Break them, and the mountains would teach you lessons you'd never forget. Tyler had learned his lesson. He carried it with him every day, in every choice he made about where to go and how to behave when he got there. The wilderness was sovereign. The wilderness was patient, and the wilderness never forgot. Neither would he. Location: Glacier National Park, Montana. Date: February 18th, 2023. Brandon Keller had 2 weeks left before retirement, and he planned to spend most of them behind a desk. 28 years with the National Park Service, the last 15 at Glacier, and he'd earned the right to coast through his final days doing paperwork and handing off responsibilities to younger rangers who still had the energy for winter rescues and bear management and the endless, exhausting theater of pretending to care about tourists who ignored every warning sign. The call came in at 2:17 p.m. on a Tuesday in February, when the temperature was already dropping toward the forecast low of -18 Fahrenheit. 4 cross-country skiers, experienced backcountry types, had missed their check-in time at the Lake McDonald Ranger Station. They'd filed a backcountry permit for a 3-day traverse from Logan Pass to Apgar, a route that was technically open year-round, but only attempted by people who knew what they were doing. Or thought they did. The group's emergency contact, a wife in Kalispell, had called the main office when her husband didn't answer his satellite phone. That wasn't unusual. Satellite phones were temperamental in the mountains, and the forecast called for heavy cloud cover. But protocol was protocol. Someone had to go check. Brandon looked at the weather radar on his computer screen. A storm system moving in from the northwest, predicted to arrive by nightfall. Heavy snow, high winds, visibility near zero. The kind of storm that made search and rescue a suicide mission. If they were going to find these skiers, it had to be now. "I'll take it," he told Sarah, the district ranger. She was half his age and had been trying to mother him ever since he'd announced his retirement. "Solo?" "Jenkins is out with the flu. Morrison's on the east side dealing with a snowmobile accident. Everyone else is rookies." Brandon pulled on his parka. "I've done this route 100 times. I'll snowshoe in, find their camp, confirm they're okay, and be back before the storm hits." "Brandon, if you're not back by 1900 hours, I'm sending someone after you." "Fair enough." He loaded his pack with the usual winter rescue gear: GPS, radio, first aid kit, emergency bivvy, water, high-calorie food, headlamp with extra batteries, fire starter, his personal additions, a flask of whiskey that Sarah didn't know about, and a .44 Magnum revolver that she did. Grizzlies were hibernating, but mountain lions weren't, and wounded moose could be more dangerous than any predator. Brandon had learned a long time ago that the wilderness wasn't spiritual or mystical or any of the other things tourists like to project onto it. It was a collection of physical systems, weather, geology, biology, that followed predictable rules. Respect those rules, prepare for contingencies, and you'd be fine. Ignore them and the mountain would kill you with the same indifference it showed to everything else. He'd never lost anyone on his watch, not in 28 years. He intended to keep that record intact for 2 more weeks. The drive to the Logan Pass trailhead took 40 minutes on snow-packed roads. Brandon parked beside a white Subaru Outback with Colorado plates, The skier's vehicle, according to the permit. He checked inside. Empty except for a duffel bag on the back seat. No signs of distress. He strapped on his snowshoes and started up the trail. The forest in winter was a different place than summer tourists saw. The boardwalks and interpretive signs were buried under 6 feet of snow. The Jingxi that drew millions of visitors each year, glacier-carved valleys, alpine meadows, crystalline lakes, was hidden beneath a blank white shroud. Everything was reduced to essentials: trees, snow, sky. Navigation required constant attention to topography, to the subtle ways ridges and valleys shaped the wind and light. Brandon moved at a steady pace, the rhythm of snowshoeing automatic after decades. His breath formed clouds in the frigid air. The only sounds were the crunch of snow under his shoes and the occasional crack of a tree branch shedding ice. No birds, no wind yet. The forest held that peculiar winter silence, the sound of a world locked in cold sleep. He'd been hiking for 90 minutes when he found the first sign. A ski track leaving the main trail, heading northeast toward the ridgeline. That was wrong. The permit specified they'd be following the valley route, staying below tree line where there was shelter from wind and easier navigation. Going up to the ridge in February was asking for trouble. Exposed to weather, avalanche danger, no protection. Brandon followed the tracks. Maybe they'd spotted something interesting. A good viewpoint, wildlife, and detoured briefly. But the tracks continued, climbing steadily, leading away from the safe route and toward terrain that became increasingly dangerous. After another 30 minutes, he found the camp, or what was left of it. The tent was still standing, but one wall had been shredded, not ripped by wind, but torn, with the fabric hanging in strips. The contents were scattered, sleeping bags pulled outside and scattered across the snow, a camp stove overturned, food bags ripped open with the contents strewn everywhere. It looked like an animal attack, a bear maybe. Except bears were hibernating, and even if one had woken early, this wasn't bear behavior. Bears were destructive but methodical. This looked frantic, panicked. Brandon keyed his radio. "Base, this is Keller. I've found the skiers' camp. It's been destroyed. No sign of the occupants. I'm seeing 4 sets of tracks leading northeast from the site, moving fast. Recommend we escalate this to full search and rescue." Static answered him. He tried again. Nothing. He checked the unit. Battery full, antenna intact. The mountains could create dead zones where radio signals couldn't reach, but he'd used his radio from this area before without problems. He'd have to continue the search alone and report when he got back to range. Brandon examined the tracks leaving the camp. 4 sets, as the permit indicated. 2 men, 2 women based on boot sizes. But the spacing was wrong. These weren't the measured strides of experienced skiers. These were running strides, the distance between prints suggesting panic, fleeing something, and overlaying those tracks. Something else. Brandon crouched, studying the snow. The prints were hard to identify, almost human-shaped, but elongated. The toes too long, and the spacing suggested something moving on 2 legs but with a stride length that shouldn't be possible. Whatever made these tracks had legs 7, maybe 8 feet long. He stood slowly, feeling the weight of the revolver on his hip. 28 years in wilderness service, and Brandon had seen a lot. Grizzly tracks, wolf tracks, mountain lion tracks. He'd once found the remains of an elk that had been taken down by a pack of wolves, the snow painted red in a 30-foot radius. Nature was brutal, but it followed rules. Predators killed for food, for territory, for survival. Not for sport, not for malice. These tracks felt wrong in a way he couldn't articulate. Brandon checked his watch. 4:47 p.m. Sunset was at 5:32. The storm was forecast to arrive around 7. He had maybe 2 hours before conditions became lethal. He followed the tracks. They led him up toward the ridgeline, through stands of subalpine fir and whitebark pine. The temperature was dropping fast. His breath came in thick clouds now, and ice was forming on his beard. His fingers were starting to go numb inside his gloves despite the chemical hand warmers. The tracks continued for another mile before he found the first body. It was one of the men, maybe 35 years old, wearing a bright yellow ski jacket. He was lying face down in the snow. Brandon approached carefully, checking for signs of life even though he already knew. The body was frozen, had been dead for hours. He turned it over as gently as he could. The man's face was intact, eyes wide and frozen in an expression Brandon had seen before on avalanche victims. That particular look of someone who died understanding exactly what was happening to them. But the body below the neck was wrong. The jacket had been torn open, and the chest cavity was hollow. Ribs spread like the petals of a flower. Everything inside, heart, lungs, organs, gone. Not cut, not torn by claws. Eaten. The edges of the wound showed bite marks. Human bite marks. Brandon stood quickly, his hand moving to the revolver without conscious thought. He'd investigated deaths in the park before. Falls, hypothermia, animal attacks, one suicide. But this wasn't any of those. This was something else. Something impossible. He forced himself to think procedurally. There were 3 other skiers unaccounted for. They might still be alive. He needed to find them. But a voice in the back of his mind, the part that still remembered being a child who was afraid of the dark, was screaming at him to run. The tracks continued up the ridge. Brandon followed, moving faster now, the snowshoes kicking up powder with each step. The light was fading, the sun dropping behind the peaks, casting long shadows across the snow. He found the second body half a mile later. One of the women, early 20s. She'd made it farther than the man, but not far enough. The body was in the same condition. Chest cavity hollow, organs gone, frozen blood staining the snow in a dark halo. But this one showed defensive wounds. Her hands were torn, fingers missing. She'd tried to fight. Brandon's radio crackled suddenly. Not static, something else. A voice distant and distorted. So hungry. Please. Help us. He grabbed the radio. This is Ranger Keller. Identify yourself. Can't stop. So hungry. It won't stop. The voice cut off. Brandon tried to respond but got only silence. He checked the GPS. The coordinates showed he was 3 miles from the nearest ranger station, deep in terrain where radio communication should be impossible. But he'd heard something. Someone was alive out here. The last 2 tracks split at a rock outcrop. One set continued up toward the ridgeline. The other turned sharply and headed downslope, toward a thick stand of trees. Brandon made a decision. He followed the downslope tracks. If someone was trying to find shelter, they'd head for the trees. The forest here was older. The trees, massive Douglas firs that had somehow survived fire and wind for centuries. The canopy blocked what little light remained, plunging the forest floor into premature darkness. Brandon pulled out his headlamp and switched it on. The beam cut through the gloom, creating a tunnel of light in the darkness. That's when he heard it. Crying. Quiet, muffled, coming from somewhere ahead. "Park Service," Brandon called out. "If you can hear me, make noise. I'm here to help." The crying stopped. Then a voice, female, shaking with cold and fear. "Help me, please. It killed them. It killed them all." Brandon moved toward the voice, pushing through deep snow between the trees. His light found her. One of the women from the permit, maybe 40 years old, pressed against the trunk of a massive fir. She was in the late stages of hypothermia, shivering violently, pupils dilated, speech slurred. Her jacket was torn, and her left arm hung at a wrong angle. Broken. "Ma'am, I'm Ranger Keller. I'm going to get you out of here." He unslung his pack, pulled out the emergency bivvy, a reflective sleeping bag designed to retain heat. "What's your name?" "Jessica. Jessica Torres." Her teeth chattered so hard she could barely speak. "It killed them. David and Morgan and Chris. It ate them." "What attacked you? A bear? Mountain lion?" "No." Jessica's eyes were unfocused, staring at something Brandon couldn't see. Not an animal. It was Chris. But it wasn't Chris anymore. His eyes were wrong. And he was so hungry. He kept saying he was so hungry. Brandon wrapped the bivvy around her, trying to raise her core temperature. Hypothermia caused hallucinations, confusion, false memories. She'd been through trauma, watched her friends die, and her brain was trying to make sense of it with whatever explanations it could construct. Jessica, I need you to focus. Where's the fourth person from your group? He ran when Chris started changing. We all ran, but Chris caught David first and then Morgan, and I hid, but I could hear them screaming, and she grabbed Brandon's jacket with her good hand. He's still out there. Chris is still out there. And he's still hungry. A branch snapped behind them. Brandon turned, his hand moving to the revolver. The headlamp beam swept across trees, snow, shadows. Nothing. He waited, every sense straining. Then he heard it. Breathing. Heavy, labored, but wrong somehow. Too wet. Like someone breathing through a mouthful of water. Is someone there? Brandon called out. This is the Park Service. Identify yourself. The breathing stopped. A voice answered, male, coming from the darkness beyond his light. Brandon Keller, 28 years Park Service, 15 at Glacier, 2 weeks until retirement. Brandon's blood went ice cold. How do you know that? I know everything now. I can hear the forest, hear the animals sleeping in their dens, hear your heart beating, hear your thoughts if I listen hard enough. The voice moved, circling them. I'm so hungry, Brandon, hungrier than I've ever been, and no matter how much I eat, it's never enough. Brandon drew the revolver, tracking the sound. Chris Torres, if that's you, I need you to step into the light. You're hypothermic. You're confused. Let me help you. Laughter echoed through the trees, high and sharp and utterly wrong. You can't help me. No one can help me. I'm changing, getting stronger, getting faster. I can smell you from half a mile away. Smell the fear on you. It smells delicious. Something moved at the edge of the light. Brandon fired. The gunshot was deafening in the winter silence. The flash from the muzzle lit up the forest for a brief instant, and in that instant Brandon saw it. A man-shaped thing, too tall, too thin, with arms that hung to its knees and skin pulled tight over bones that jutted at wrong angles. The face was human, or had been. Now it was elongated, the jaw distended, mouth full of teeth that were too sharp, too many. The eyes reflected the light like an animal's, but behind that reflection was something intelligent, something that knew what it had become and reveled in it. The bullet hit it in the chest. The thing staggered backward, looked down at the wound, then looked back up at Brandon, and smiled. Iron and lead won't stop me. Nothing stops me. I'm hunger itself now. I'm what lives in the spaces between the trees, what waits in the cold and the dark. It took a step forward. I'm going to eat you slowly, Ranger Keller. I'm going to make it last. Brandon fired again and again, each shot hitting center mass. The thing kept coming. He grabbed Jessica, hauled her to her feet. Run, now. I can't. Run! They ran. Brandon's training kicked in even as his mind tried to reject what he'd just seen. Get distance. Find shelter. Reassess. He pulled Jessica along, half carrying her, moving downslope where the trees thinned and he could see farther. Behind them, that wet breathing grew closer. The thing that had been Chris Torres was following, taking its time, playing. Jessica stumbled, nearly fell. Brandon caught her, kept moving. Stay with me. We're going to make it out of this. You don't understand. Jessica's voice was flat, emotionless. The detachment of severe hypothermia setting in. Chris was the first, but it's spreading. Morgan started feeling it too before Chris killed her. She said she could feel something growing inside her. Said she was so hungry she wanted to bite David. Bite him and taste him, and that's not real. That's shock and cold talking. Then explain what you just shot. Brandon had no answer. They broke out of the tree line into open snowfield. The storm was arriving. Brandon could see the clouds rolling in from the northwest, could feel the temperature dropping even further, could feel the first kiss of snow starting to fall. They were 3 miles from any shelter. with a blizzard bearing down and something hunting them that shouldn't exist. 2 weeks until retirement. The breathing was closer now. Brandon turned, bringing up the revolver. The thing emerged from the trees, moving with an awful grace. In the growing darkness, it looked even less human. The proportions wrong, the movements fluid in ways that made Brandon's eyes hurt to track. "I can smell your exhaustion, Brandon." The voice was still recognizably human, but deeper now, resonant. "I can hear your heart struggling. You're old, weak, but you'll taste good. You'll fill the emptiness for maybe an hour, maybe 2. Brandon aimed carefully and fired his last 3 rounds. The thing twitched with each impact, but didn't slow down. It was maybe 30 feet away now, then 20. Brandon dropped the useless gun and did the only thing he could think of. He pulled out his survival lighter and the small container of fire starter gel from his pack. He squeezed the entire tube onto a dead tree stump protruding from the snow, flicked the lighter, and the gel caught with a whoosh of flame. The thing stopped, stared at the fire. For the first time, something like fear crossed its distorted features. "Fire," Brandon said, understanding. "You're afraid of fire." The thing's lips pulled back, showing all those impossible teeth. "Fire is life. Fire is warmth. I'm cold now. Always cold. The hunger burns, but it doesn't warm. Fire reminds me of what I lost." It circled them, staying well back from the small flame. Brandon grabbed a branch, lit the end, created a makeshift torch. It wasn't much. The branch was damp, burning poorly, but it was something. "Jessica, take this." He handed her the torch. "Keep it between you and that thing. I'm going to try the radio again." He pulled out the radio, praying for a signal. Static greeted him, then that same distorted voice from before. "Please, help. So hungry." "Who is this?" Brandon demanded. The thing in the shadows laughed. "That's the other one, your 4th skier. David. He's farther up the mountain. He lasted longer than the rest, ran faster, got away before I could finish him. But the hunger got him anyway. It always does. Once it's inside you, once you taste that first bite of human flesh, there's no going back. You just get hungrier and hungrier until you're not human anymore. Until you're like me." Brandon stared at the thing that had been Chris Torres. "What happened to you?" 3 days ago, we got lost in a whiteout. Couldn't find our camp. Couldn't see more than 10 feet. We dug a snow cave, planned to wait it out. But the temperature dropped to 30 below. We didn't have enough food. By the 2nd day, we were all starting to make bad decisions. David suggested. The thing paused, something like human emotion flickering across its face. He suggested we draw straws for who would contribute, for survival. "You ate human flesh," Brandon said quietly. "I had to. We were going to die. But the moment I took that first bite..." The thing shuddered, and Brandon saw genuine horror in its eyes. "The moment I tasted it, something changed. Inside me, in my thoughts. I became so hungry, and the more I ate, the hungrier I got. The others tried to stop me, but I was already stronger, faster, changing. And then they started changing too. Once you break that law, once you consume human flesh in the wild, something takes notice, something old, something that's been waiting in these mountains since before humans came here." Brandon knew the stories. He dismissed them as superstition, folk tales that the local indigenous peoples told to keep people away from dangerous areas. The Wendigo, a spirit of hunger, of cold, of winter's cruelty. According to legend, anyone who resorted to cannibalism in the wilderness would be possessed by insatiable hunger, would transform into a monster that could never be satisfied. Stories. Just stories. Except one of those stories was standing 20 feet away, wearing a dead man's face. The radio crackled again. "Help, I'm at the ridge, can't control it, please kill me before..." The transmission cut off with a sound that might have been screaming or might have been laughter. The thing, Chris, tilted its head. "David won't last much longer. The transformation is painful. It hurts to become what we are. Your skin stretches, your bones grow, Your insides hollow out because you don't need them anymore. All you need is hunger. It's beautiful and terrible, and I want you to feel it too, Brandon. I want you to understand. It took a step forward. The torch in Jessica's hand flickered. The branch nearly burned through. Brandon looked around desperately. They were in an exposed snowfield, miles from help, with a blizzard arriving and 2 creatures that had once been human hunting them. The fire wouldn't last. Jessica was minutes away from complete system shutdown from hypothermia, and Brandon was 63 years old with arthritic knees and no bullets left. 2 weeks until retirement. He'd spent 28 years believing the wilderness was just physics and biology. Predictable. Rational. Now the mountain was teaching him a final lesson. There were older rules than the ones he knew. Darker principles. And they didn't care about his experience or his skepticism or his carefully maintained safety record. The torch went out. Jessica made a small sound of despair. The thing smiled and started walking toward them. Brandon grabbed the fire starter gel container, still a few drops left, squeezed it onto his glove, and flicked his lighter. The gel caught, and his glove burst into flame. He had maybe 10 seconds before the fire burned through to his skin. He ran at the thing. It didn't expect that. Didn't expect prey to attack. Brandon slammed into it, his burning hand connecting with its face. The thing shrieked, a sound that was part human scream and part something else entirely, and staggered backward, clawing at its face where the gel burned. Brandon tackled it, using his body weight to drive it down into the snow. "Jessica, run!" he shouted. "Follow the valley, find shelter!" He didn't know if she could hear him, didn't know if she could move. He focused on keeping the thing pinned, keeping the fire pressed against it. The smell was horrific. Burning hair, burning flesh, something chemical and wrong underneath. The thing bucked, stronger than anything human should be. It threw Brandon off, sent him sliding across the snow. He scrambled to his feet, shaking off the glove. His hand underneath was burned, but not badly. The thing was on its feet too, half its face blackened, one eye socket empty and smoking. It should have been dead, should have been in shock. Instead, it was angry. "You're going to suffer for that," it hissed. "I'm going to keep you alive for hours while I eat you piece by piece." Brandon ran. Not toward the valley where he'd sent Jessica. Not downslope toward safety. He ran upslope, toward the ridge. Toward where the 4th skier, David, was presumably transforming into another one of these things. It was suicidal. Irrational. But Brandon had figured something out in that moment of burning the creature. Chris Torres had said the transformation hurt. That becoming what they were was painful, which meant they weren't invincible. They could feel pain, could be hurt, could be killed, maybe, if Brandon could figure out how. The slope was steep, the snow deep. Brandon's lungs burned in the frigid air. Behind him, he could hear the thing pursuing faster than he was, closing the distance. He didn't look back, just climbed. The radio crackled one more time. "Ridge, hurry, can't, much longer." Brandon crested the ridge and found David. The man was on his knees in the snow, illuminated by the last rays of sunset breaking through the storm clouds. He was partway through the transformation. Bones protruding at strange angles through his skin, his jaw distended, hands elongated into claws. But his eyes were still human, still aware. "Please," David gasped. "Before I lose myself completely, before I become like Chris, please." Brandon approached slowly. "What do you need me to do?" "Fire. It's the only thing. We tried to stop the hunger with cold. With starvation, but it only made it worse. Fire burns it out, kills the spirit before it completes the possession. But you have to do it while there's still something human left. Once the transformation is complete, nothing can stop us." Behind Brandon, the sound of Chris climbing the slope grew louder. "I don't have any way to start a large enough fire," Brandon said. David laughed, a wet and broken sound. "Yes, you do. The storm. It's carrying lightning. I've been watching the clouds. If you can get Chris up here on this exposed ridge when the storm hits, Understanding dawned. You want me to use him as a lightning rod? We're taller than human now, highly conductive. The spirit inside us. It's made of hunger, and hunger is empty, and emptiness conducts electricity like nothing else. If the lightning hits him, it'll kill the Wendigo spirit. Kill it, and the body dies. The hunger dies. Chris crested the ridge, moving in that awful fluid way. He looked between Brandon and David, his burned face twisted into something like betrayal. Brother, he said to David, are you helping the prey? I'm not your brother anymore. I'm just what's left. David stood on shaking legs, his elongated arms hanging almost to his knees. And I'm tired of being hungry. He ran at Chris. The two things collided with an impact that sent up a spray of snow. They grappled, rolling across the ridge, inhuman and terrible. Brandon backed away, watching the sky. The storm clouds were directly overhead now, dark and massive, pregnant with electricity. He could feel the static in the air, making his hair stand up. The creatures fought with savage intensity. Chris stronger, but David more desperate. They were evenly matched, each trying to get jaws around the other's throat. The first lightning strike hit 50 yards away, a blinding flash and deafening crack. The second hit 30 yards away. The storm was directly over them. Brandon pulled out his radio. He had one last idea. He extended the antenna as far as it would go and held it up, creating a better lightning target. Then he ran toward the fighting creatures and threw the radio between them. Chris, he shouted. You wanted to eat me? Come get me. The thing that had been Chris Torres looked up, saw Brandon, and smiled. It threw David aside and started walking toward Brandon, moving to all fours now, stalking like a wolf. Brandon backed toward the radio, keeping the creature's attention focused on him. 5 feet, 4 feet, 3. The lightning struck. The bolt hit the radio antenna and coursed through the device with millions of volts. The charge found the nearest conductor, Chris Torres's elongated body, and the thing lit up like a light bulb. Brandon was thrown backward by the concussion, landing hard in the snow, temporarily blinded. When his vision cleared, Chris was lying motionless. The body was smoking, the skin blackened, but it looked more human now. Smaller. The bones had somehow contracted back to normal proportions. The thing was dead, and with it, the Wendigo spirit. David crawled over to his friend's body, touched it gently. Thank you, he whispered. Thank you for ending it. You're still infected, Brandon said, standing on shaky legs. I know. David looked at him, and Brandon saw tears on his distorted face. Will you tell my wife what happened? The truth? No one will believe it. Tell her anyway. Tell her I loved her. Tell her I'm sorry. Tell her the mountain takes what it takes. And sometimes what it takes is everything. Before Brandon could respond, David stood and walked to the highest point of the ridge. He spread his arms wide, offering himself to the storm. The second strike hit 30 seconds later. When it was over, Brandon stood alone on the ridge with two bodies that were quickly being buried by the falling snow. He looked at them for a long moment, then started the long walk back down the mountain. Jessica Torres survived. Brandon found her at the tree line, barely conscious but alive. He got her into his emergency bivvy, started a small fire with the last of his gel starter, and kept her warm until the storm passed and a helicopter could extract them at dawn. The official report listed the deaths as exposure and hypothermia, complicated by trauma and disorientation. 3 bodies recovered, causes of death consistent with environmental exposure in extreme winter conditions. The physical evidence supported this conclusion. The cold had done its work, had erased the teeth marks and the impossible wounds. By the time the recovery team reached the site, there was nothing to suggest anything but a tragic accident. Brandon wrote the report himself. He knew no one would believe the truth. Hell, if he hadn't seen it himself, he wouldn't have believed it. The wilderness was supposed to follow predictable rules, but there were older rules, he'd learned. Rules that predated science, that existed in the spaces between what humans understood and what they feared. Jessica remembered nothing after Brandon found her. Hypothermia-induced amnesia, the doctors said. A blessing, really. She'd lost her husband and 3 friends to the mountain. She didn't need to know what they'd become in their final hours. Brandon took his retirement 2 weeks later, as planned. He moved to Florida, as far from winter and mountains and the hungry dark as he could get. He didn't go camping anymore, didn't go hiking, stayed in places where civilization was thick and the walls were strong and nothing could come scratching at his door in the night. But sometimes he still heard it. That wet, labored breathing. That voice saying, "I'm so hungry." Usually in dreams, but occasionally in the space between sleep and waking. In that moment when the mind is most vulnerable to things that live in the dark. And Brandon would turn on every light in his house and wait for dawn, remembering a lesson learned too late. The wilderness wasn't just physics and biology. It was also hunger. It was also cold. It was also the terrible price of survival when all other options are exhausted. The mountain keeps its secrets, except for the ones it teaches you, and those you carry forever. Sabir. Epilogue. Park Service Incident Report Addendum. Filed 2024. Recovered from Ranger Brandon Keller's personal effects following his death, aged 64, in his home in Tallahassee, Florida. Cause of death: natural causes, cardiac arrest. Found in a locked filing cabinet with instructions to be forwarded to Glacier National Park following his death. To whoever reads this. I'm writing this 1 year after the Torres incident, and I've had time to do research. Real research, not just the folklore I dismissed for 28 years. The Wendigo legend isn't unique to one tribe or one region. It appears across all the Algonquian peoples, Ojibwe, Cree, Innu, Naskapi, with consistent details. A spirit of hunger that possesses those who consume human flesh in the wild. Makes them into monsters that can never be satisfied. But here's what the anthropologists miss. It's not just a cautionary tale. It's a warning about a real phenomenon. Indigenous peoples observed something real, something that happened to people who broke that ultimate taboo of survival, and they encoded the knowledge of how to fight it into stories. Fire. That's the answer. The Wendigo spirit is cold, hollow, empty. Fire fills the emptiness, burns out the possession before it completes, but only while there's still something human left to save. I'm writing this because it will happen again. People will get lost. People will get desperate. And some of them will make that terrible choice to survive, not knowing the price. When it happens, and it will, you need to know. Bullets don't work. Running doesn't work. The only thing that stops a Wendigo is fire, lightning, or destroying the body so completely there's nothing left for the spirit to inhabit. I spent 28 years not believing in things I couldn't measure or predict. The mountain taught me different. There are rules older than the ones we wrote down. Forces that don't care about our understanding. Respect them. Fear them. And for God's sake, if someone reports seeing things that match this description, don't dismiss it as hysteria or delusion. Some old stories are old because they're true. Brandon Keller, former park ranger, Glacier National Park, March 15th, 2024. Location: Olympic National Park, Washington. Date: November 7th, 2014. Hannah Reeves had stopped believing in monsters when she was 12 years old. That was the year she'd learned that the real horrors weren't the things hiding under beds or lurking in closets. They were the bruises hidden under long sleeves, the screams muffled by closed doors, the children who disappeared not into fairy tales, but into the cracks of a system that couldn't save them fast enough. She'd spent 15 years as a detective with Seattle PD, specializing in crimes against children, and in that time she'd seen enough genuine evil, human, mundane, explicable evil, to fill several lifetimes. The transfer to the National Park Service had been equal parts escape and surrender. After the Hendricks case, 3 children found in a basement after 2 years missing, alive but irreparably damaged, Hannah had looked at herself in the mirror one morning and realized she couldn't do it anymore. Couldn't carry the weight of all those faces, all those files, all those children she'd found too late or not at all. So she'd taken her investigative experience, her forensic psychology background, and her shattered idealism to Olympic National Park, where the biggest problems were supposed to be lost hikers and occasional wildlife conflicts. A place where the forest was old and quiet and indifferent, where she could file reports about trail conditions and permit violations, and never again have to look at crime scene photos of things done to people too small to fight back. That had been 8 months ago. 8 months of rain and fog and ancient trees, of learning to breathe again, of slowly remembering what it felt like to sleep through the night without nightmares. Until today. Hannah stood outside the ranger station at the Hoh Rainforest Visitor Center, staring at the official missing persons report in her hand. The Morrison family, Michael, 38, Rebecca, 36, Sophia, 8, Owen, 5, had failed to return from a day hike 3 days ago. Their rental car was still in the parking lot. No one had heard from them. Search and rescue had been combing the trails for 72 hours, and now they'd been found. "Found them about an hour ago," said Marcus Chen, the lead SAR coordinator, briefing her as they walked toward the command tent. "Near the Hoh River Trail, about 6 miles in. They were just sitting there, under a Sitka spruce, all 4 of them. Injuries? That's the weird part. No injuries, no signs of distress. They're just..." Marcus paused, searching for words. "They're confused, disoriented. The parents keep asking what year it is." Hannah felt something cold settle in her stomach. She'd seen confusion before. Hypothermia, dehydration, head trauma. But there was something in Marcus's tone that suggested this was different. "What do you mean, what year?" "I mean, they keep insisting it's 2017. They think 3 years have passed. The father, Michael, he's got a journal. Dated entries spanning from November 2014 to November 2017. 3 years worth. 72 hours of entries," Hannah said. "That's dissociative fugue, maybe, trauma response. They experienced something and their minds are creating a false timeline to cope." "Maybe." Marcus didn't sound convinced. "But Hannah, you need to see the kids." They reached the tent where the Morrison family was being evaluated by the park's medical team. Hannah ducked inside, and the cold feeling in her stomach intensified into something close to dread. The children sat on camp chairs wrapped in emergency blankets sipping hot chocolate. The boy, Owen, should have been 5 years old. The girl, Sophia, should have been 8. Hannah had looked at their photos in the missing persons file. She knew what they were supposed to look like. These children were not those children. Oh, they were the same children, clearly. The same faces, the same features. But Sophia was taller, significantly taller. Her baby fat was gone, her face more angular, her limbs longer with the gangly awkwardness of approaching adolescence. Her hair, which had been shoulder length in the photo, now hung halfway down her back. Owen was bigger too. Not as dramatically, but enough. The round toddler softness was gone from his face. He looked like a child of 7 or 8, not 5. "That's impossible," Hannah whispered. The medical examiner, Dr. Sarah Kim, looked up from where she was checking Sophia's vital signs. "You're telling me, according to every metric I can measure, bone density, dental development, even their heights and weights, these children have aged approximately 3 years. Sophia's gained 4 inches and 12 pounds. Owen's gained 3 inches and 8 pounds. Those are normal growth patterns for their respective ages, except their respective ages should be 8 and 5, not 11 and 8. That can't be right. Run the tests again." "I've run them 3 times. X-rays confirm it. Sophia has lost 2 baby teeth that were present in her dental records from 6 months ago, and has 2 adult teeth that shouldn't erupt for another 2 years. Owen's skeletal development is consistent with an 8-year-old, not a 5-year-old. Hannah's detective brain was screaming that there had to be a rational explanation. Mistaken identity, wrong children, some kind of elaborate hoax. But she'd seen the parents' faces, seen their driver's licenses, confirmed their identities through fingerprints. These were the Morrison family. These were the right children, who had somehow aged 3 years and 3 days. "I need to interview them," Hannah said. The family sat together in the park conference room looking bewildered and frightened. Michael Morrison was a software engineer from Bellevue, his wife Rebecca a graphic designer. They looked like any of the thousands of families who visited Olympic every year. Outdoorsy, well-prepared, the kind of people who researched trails and packed extra snacks. They also looked exhausted, not the exhaustion of 3 days lost in the woods, the exhaustion of 3 years of accumulated stress and fear and survival. Hannah sat across from them, recording device on the table between them. Mr. and Mrs. Morrison, I know you've been through a traumatic experience. I need to ask you some questions about what happened. Can you start from the beginning? You entered the park on November 4th? Yes, Michael said. His voice was hoarse, like he'd been screaming. We drove in that morning, checked into our campsite at the Hoh campground. It was Rebecca's birthday weekend. We wanted to do the Hoh River Trail, see the old growth forest. And you started the hike when? Around 10 a.m. We had permits, we had maps, we know how to hike safely. His eyes were pleading, desperate for her to understand. We did everything right. I'm sure you did. What happened next? Rebecca spoke up, her hand tight around Michael's. We hiked for maybe 3 hours. The kids were doing great. Owen was riding on Michael's shoulders part of the way. We stopped for lunch near the river right around the 2.5-mile mark. The Hall of Moss's turnoff, Michael added. We were going to take that trail on the way back, but after lunch we noticed Sophia had wandered off. Not far, she'd gone to look at something in the trees. Hannah glanced at Sophia, who sat very still, staring at her hands. What did you see, Sophia? The girl's voice was small but clear. A basket. There was a big basket sitting against a tree. It was really pretty, woven with patterns. I wanted to see it closer. And you went to look at it? I told her to come back, Rebecca said, her voice cracking. I called her name, but she just kept walking toward it like she couldn't hear me. And then Owen ran after her because he always follows his sister, and we both went after them. And then we were somewhere else. Michael finished. The forest changed. The trail was gone. Everything looked different, older. The trees were bigger, the undergrowth was thicker, and there was something. We felt like we were being watched. Hannah kept her voice level, professional. Can you describe what happened next? What happened next, according to Michael and Rebecca, was 3 years of nightmare. They'd tried to find their way back to the trail, but the forest seemed to shift around them. Landmarks disappeared. The river would be on their left, then suddenly on their right. They'd walk for hours and end up in the same clearing they'd started from. Their phones didn't work. Their GPS showed nonsense coordinates. Time felt wrong. Days seemed to stretch impossibly long. Nights came too fast or too slow. And they were never alone. Something was following us, Rebecca whispered. We never saw it clearly. Just glimpses. A figure moving between the trees. Tall, wrong proportions. And it had a basket on its back. A huge basket, big enough to fit a person. Sometimes we'd hear crying coming from it. Children crying. The kids heard it too, Michael said. They had nightmares. Sophia would wake up screaming about the basket lady. Owen would cry that he didn't want to go in the basket. Hannah looked at the children. Sophia met her eyes, and Hannah saw something there that made her stomach turn. Not the confusion of a traumatized 8-year-old, the haunted awareness of someone older, someone who'd seen things no child should see. Sophia, Hannah said gently, can you tell me what you remember? The girl was quiet for a long moment. Then, it wasn't a nightmare. She was real. The basket lady. She would come close at night when Mom and Dad were asleep. Owen and I would stay awake, holding hands, pretending to sleep. She'd stand at the edge of our camp and watch. Sometimes she'd reach toward us with these really long fingers, but she never quite touched us. Why do you think that was? Because we could see her. Mom and Dad couldn't, not really. But Owen and I could. And Grandma Morrison told me once that you can't be taken if you know what's trying to take you. You have to not notice. You have to be unaware. The hair on the back of Hannah's neck stood up. She glanced at the parents, who looked shocked. Did your grandmother tell you about the basket lady? Sophia shook her head. No, but she told me stories about things in the forest. Coast Salish stories from her tribe, about women who carry baskets and steal children. She said they were warnings, that some warnings are really true. Hannah's detective instincts warred with something else, the part of her that had grown up hearing her own grandmother's stories, Korean folk tales about dokaebi and gumiho, entities that existed in the spaces between the modern world and the old one, stories she'd dismissed as superstition. "How did you get out?" she asked. "How did you find your way back?" "We didn't," Michael said. "Yesterday, or what felt like yesterday to us, we were in our camp. We'd been surviving on mushrooms and berries, fish from the river. 3 years. 3 years of living in that forest. And Sophia, she did something." All eyes turned to the girl. "I left an offering," Sophia said quietly, "like Grandma Morrison taught me, for the spirits. I wove a small basket from cedar bark the way she showed me once. I put some berries in it and left it at the base of the tree where we first saw the big basket. And I said thank you." "Thank you?" Hannah repeated. "Thank you for not taking us. Thank you for letting us go." Sophia's eyes were very old. "Because I realized she could have taken us any time, put us in her basket, but she didn't. She just kept us there, kept us in the forest where time was different. Maybe as a test, maybe as a game, I don't know. But when I left the offering and said thank you, the forest changed back. Suddenly we could see the trail again, and it was like no time had passed at all. Even though for us, 3 years, Rebecca finished, tears streaming down her face. We lived 3 years in that forest. 3 years. How is that possible? How can 3 days be 3 years? Hannah had no answer. She looked at her notes, at the rational, ordered bullet points she'd made, and felt them dissolving into meaninglessness. This wasn't dissociation. This wasn't trauma-induced delusion. The children had physically aged. The parents had detailed memories, consistent accounts, a journal with 3 years of dated entries. Something had happened to them. Something that bent the rules of time and space and reality. Something that lived in the oldest forest in North America and remembered when humans were still learning to name the things that scared them. Hannah spent the rest of the day interviewing each family member separately, documenting everything. She took photos of Michael's journal, page after page of entries describing their daily struggle to survive, notations about the weather, sketches of the thing that followed them. She documented every physical anomaly, the children's growth, the parents' beards and longer hair, the wear on their clothing that was inconsistent with 3 days of hiking. By evening, she had a file folder full of evidence that pointed to something impossible. She also had a splitting headache and a growing sense that she was standing on the edge of something vast and incomprehensible. Something her detective's brain couldn't categorize or explain away. The Morrison family was being kept at the ranger station overnight for observation. Hannah told them she'd continue the investigation in the morning, then drove back to her cabin on the edge of the park. She needed to think. She needed to process. She needed to talk to someone who might understand. Hannah's grandmother lived in a retirement community in Olympia, an hour's drive from the park. At 8 p.m., Hannah called her. "Halmoni," she said, when the familiar voice answered. "It's Hannah. I need to ask you about the old stories." There was a pause. Then, "What happened, child?" Hannah told her everything. The Morrison family, the impossible aging, the basket ogress. Her grandmother listened without interrupting, and when Hannah finished, the old woman was quiet for a long moment. "You're not calling to ask if I believe them," she finally said. "You're calling because you believe them, and that scares you. I don't know what I believe. Everything I know about how the world works says this is impossible. The world is bigger than what you know, Hannah. You learned that in your old job, didn't you? That people are capable of terrible things you never imagined? That was different. That was human evil. Explainable. Is it? Is evil explainable? Is cruelty? Where does it come from, that capacity to hurt?" Her grandmother's voice was gentle. "You stopped believing in monsters because you thought humans were worse. But maybe they're the same thing. Maybe monsters are what we call the things we don't understand, whether they wear human faces or not." So you think the basket ogress is real? I think there are places where the world is older, where it remembers things we've forgotten, and I think Olympic is one of those places. Those forests have been there for thousands of years. Thousands. The trees were ancient when my ancestors first came to this land. What do you think lives in a forest that old? What do you think watches from between the trees? Hannah felt cold despite her jacket. The children said they could see her because they were aware, that she couldn't take them if they knew she was there. That's the old wisdom. The ones who get taken are the ones who don't notice, who wander off the path without paying attention, who treat the forest like a park instead of a living thing with its own rules. Her grandmother paused. This family, they survived because the children remembered, because someone taught them to respect what they didn't understand. What do I do, Halmoni? I have to file a report. I have to explain what happened to them. You tell the truth. What you observed, what you documented. Let others draw their own conclusions. But Hannah, her voice turned serious. Don't go back into that forest alone. Not to investigate. Not to prove anything. Some things aren't meant to be understood. Some things are meant to be respected from a distance. After hanging up, Hannah sat in her cabin and stared at the wall. Outside, the forest pressed close. Ancient spruces and cedars that had been growing since before Columbus, before the Vikings, before Rome. How many people had gone into those woods over the centuries? How many had come back changed or not at all? She thought about her years as a detective, about the case files and crime scene photos, about the neat categories she'd used to organize horror into understandable chunks. Abuse, neglect, predation, all terrible, all real, all explicable within the framework of human psychology and criminal behavior. But this was something else. This was a reminder that the world contained mysteries that couldn't be solved with forensic evidence and witness testimony. That there were still dark corners where the old rules applied, where things existed that science couldn't measure and courts couldn't prosecute. Her phone rang. Marcus Chen. Hannah, you need to come back to the station. Now. What happened? It's Sophia. She's asking for you. And she's saying things. You need to hear this. Legsindo. Then when Hannah arrived at the ranger station, she found Sophia sitting alone in the conference room, drawing on a piece of paper. The girl looked up as Hannah entered, and again Hannah was struck by the wrongness of her eyes. Too knowing, too old. Hi, Sophia. Marcus said you wanted to talk to me. I needed to tell you the rest. The part I couldn't say in front of Mom and Dad. Hannah sat down slowly. What part? The part about Owen. Sophia's hand trembled as she pushed the drawing across the table. It showed two children, clearly Sophia and Owen, standing in front of a massive woven basket. The basket was on the back of a figure that was vaguely human-shaped, but wrong in every proportion. Too tall, too thin, limbs that bent at odd angles. And inside the basket, Hannah could see smaller figures, children, dozens of them. We weren't just in the forest for 3 years, Sophia said quietly. We were in her basket, for part of it. Maybe a few months, it's hard to remember, time was different inside. Hannah's mouth went dry. You were inside the basket? She took us one night. Mom and Dad were asleep, and Owen and I were pretending to be asleep, like we always did. But this time she reached down and picked us up so fast we couldn't scream. She put us in the basket. What was it like inside? Sophia's eyes filled with tears. Dark, and full of other kids. Some of them had been there a really long time. They couldn't remember their names anymore. There was a boy who said he'd been playing in the forest in 1962. He was still 7 years old. A girl who remembered cars with big fins and her mother's cat-eye glasses. They were all still children, but they'd been children for decades. How did you get out? Owen. Sophia wiped her eyes. Owen started singing. He was so scared, but he started singing the song Grandma Morrison taught us. A Salish song about children and safety, and the basket lady. She stopped walking. She opened the basket and looked at him. Really looked at him. and she put us out. Just us, not the other kids, just Owen and me. Because he sang the song. Because he remembered. Because someone had taught him the old words, the ones that meant something to her. She respected that. Sophia looked at her drawing. But the other kids are still in there. Hannah. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds. She's been collecting them for so long. Hannah stared at the drawing, at the small faces visible in the woven basket. Why are you telling me this? Because you need to know. Because you're going to wonder if you should go into the forest and try to find her. Try to save those kids. And you can't. Sophia's voice was fierce. You can't save them. They're already gone. They're hers now. All you can do is make sure no other kids get taken. Make sure people know to teach their children the old ways, the warnings, the songs that keep you safe. How do you know I was thinking about going after her? Because you're like my mom. You want to fix things. You want to save people. That's why you became a detective, right? To save kids. Sophia's two old eyes met hers. But you can't save these ones. The best thing you can do is make sure no one else needs saving. Hannah sat back in her chair, feeling the weight of those words. Sophia was right. She had been thinking about organizing a search, about going into the forest to find the basket ogress, about somehow rescuing the children trapped in that impossible basket. But how do you rescue someone from a place where time doesn't work? How do you fight something that exists outside the rules of reality? How do you save children who might have been taken 50 years ago, but are still 7 years old? What happens to you now? Hannah asked. You and Owen? You've aged 3 years. Your parents have 3 years of memories. How do you go back to normal life? We don't. Sophia said it matter-of-factly. We can't. Owen should be in kindergarten, but he looks like he should be in 2nd grade. I should be in 3rd grade, but I look like I should be in 6th. We have memories of 3 years that don't exist in the outside world. Mom and Dad have journal entries and experiences and time that no one else lived through. So what will you do? I don't know. Maybe we move somewhere no one knows us. Start over with our new ages. Maybe we tell people we were sick. That's why the kids grew so fast. Maybe we just adapt. She smiled sadly. Grandma Morrison says some families are marked by the old things. That we walk between the worlds now. Maybe that's us. Maybe that's what happens when you see something you're not supposed to see and live to tell about it. I endorse him. Hannah filed her report 3 days later. It was the strangest document she'd ever written. Part missing persons case, part witness testimony, part anthropological study of indigenous folklore. She documented the physical evidence, the inconsistencies, the impossible aging. She included photographs, medical records, excerpts from Michael's journal. She did not draw conclusions. She simply presented what she'd observed and let the readers make of it what they would. The official finding was recovered, unexplained circumstances. The Morrison family was released with recommendations for ongoing psychological care. The Park Service issued a quiet advisory about staying on marked trails and respecting indigenous cultural sites. And Hannah put in a request for a transfer. Not because she was afraid, not because she didn't believe, but because she'd learned something in those interviews, something her grandmother had tried to tell her years ago. There are different kinds of evil in the world. Some you can fight with handcuffs and court orders. Some you fight by teaching your children the old songs, by leaving offerings at the base of ancient trees, by remembering that the forest was here first and will be here long after humans are gone. You fight it by respecting what you can't understand. The transfer was denied. Budget constraints, they said. She would remain at Olympic for at least another year. Hannah accepted this with a strange mixture of resignation and something that might have been relief. Because someone needed to be here. Someone who knew. Someone who would take the reports of missing hikers seriously. Who would search not just for lost people, but for people who'd stumbled into places where time ran differently. Someone who would teach the new rangers the old warnings, even if they didn't believe. Especially if they didn't believe. She thought about the children still trapped in the basket Ogress's collection. Still 7 years old after decades. Still waiting for someone to sing them the right song. She thought about Sophia Morrison, aged 3 years and 3 days, marked forever by something the modern world had no name for. And she thought about her own grandmother's words, "The world is bigger than what you know." On November 14th, exactly 1 week after the Morrison family was found, Hannah hiked the Hoh River Trail. She went alone, against her grandmother's advice, against her own better judgment. She hiked past the Hall of Moss's turnoff, past the 2.5-mile marker where the Morrisons had stopped for lunch. She found the tree Sophia had described, a massive Sitka spruce easily 800 years old, its trunk wider than a car. And at its base, weathered but still intact, was a small woven basket. Cedar bark, precisely made, filled with berries that should have rotted in 7 days but hadn't. Hannah knelt beside it. She'd brought her own offering, a bundle of sage, a small carved figure of a bird, a written note in both English and Korean thanking the forest for the Morrison family's safe return and asking for continued protection for all who entered here. She placed these items carefully beside Sophia's basket. Then she stood and looked into the forest, into the shadows between the ancient trees where moss hung like curtains and ferns grew taller than a man. "I see you," she said quietly. "I know you're there, and I respect you. Just, please, let them find their way home when they lose the path. Let the children be children. Let time run the way it's supposed to." The forest was silent. No birds sang, no wind moved the branches. Hannah stood there for a long moment, feeling the weight of thousands of years of growth, of patience, of memory. Then she heard it, very faint, carried on a breeze that wasn't blowing, singing. A woman's voice, old as the forest, singing in a language that predated English, predated Spanish, maybe predated language itself. Hannah didn't try to follow the sound. She simply bowed once, respectfully, and walked back the way she'd come. Behind her, unseen, something moved between the trees. Tall, wrong proportions, carrying a basket on its back that wept with the voices of children who'd forgotten their own names. It watched Hannah's retreat, and then it turned and walked deeper into the forest where the trees were older still, where time pooled in strange eddies, where the basket was never quite full and never quite empty, and always, always hungry. 6 months later, Hannah received a letter. It was from Sophia Morrison, now living with her family in Montana under slightly different names, enrolled in schools appropriate to their new apparent ages. The letter was brief. "Dear Hannah, we're okay. It's weird, but we're okay. Owen is adjusting better than me. He was younger, so he doesn't remember as much. Mom and Dad are in therapy. We all are. I wanted to tell you something I didn't tell you before. When Owen sang the song and the basket lady let us out, she spoke to me, just once. Her voice sounded like wind through really old trees. She said, 'Tell the one who asks questions that I am patience. I am the price of forgetting. I am what waits when the warnings are ignored.' I don't know what that means exactly, but I think you should know. Also, I started having dreams about the other kids, the ones still in the basket. I draw them sometimes. I've drawn 47 different faces so far. I'm sending you copies. Maybe you can find out who they were. Maybe their families are still looking for them. Maybe someone should remember them, even if they can't come home. Thank you for believing us. Sophia." Enclosed were 47 hand-drawn portraits, children from different eras wearing different clothes, different hairstyles. A boy in 1960s short pants and thick glasses. A girl with 1980s permed hair. A toddler in Depression-era worn overalls. A teenager in 1940s saddle shoes. Hannah spread them across her desk and felt her heart break. These were real children. Children who'd vanished into the forest decades ago, maybe centuries ago. Children whose families had searched and grieved and eventually moved on, never knowing their sons and daughters were still there, still young, still trapped in a basket that existed outside of time. She couldn't save them. Sophia was right about that. They were beyond saving, beyond time, beyond the reach of any human agency. But she could remember them. Hannah started a file. off the books, unofficial. She called it the Forgotten Ones. She began researching missing children cases in the Pacific Northwest, going back as far as records existed. When she found matches for the faces in Sophia's drawings, she added their names, their dates of disappearance, their families' names. Tommy Chen, age 7, missing from a Boy Scout campout in 1962. Sarah Whitmore, age 9, disappeared during a family picnic in 1978. Jesse Blackwood, age 6, vanished from a tribal gathering in 1945. On and on. 47 names, 47 stories, 47 families who never got closure. Hannah couldn't bring them home, but she could make sure they weren't forgotten. And every month on the first Tuesday, she hiked to that ancient Sitka spruce and left an offering. Not to bargain, not to plead, just to remember. To acknowledge what was there, to respect the things that lived in places where time pooled and patience was measured in centuries. The basket lady never appeared to her, but sometimes in the deepest part of the forest where the trail faded and the trees pressed close, Hannah would hear singing, ancient, patient, hungry, and she would turn back every time. Because there are some mysteries you don't solve, some horrors you don't fight, some truths you learn to live with, carrying them like stones in your pocket, heavy and cold and permanent. The world is bigger than what you know, and older, and stranger, and full of things that waited before you were born and will wait long after you're gone. All you can do is teach the children the old songs, and hope they remember when it matters. Location: Voyageurs National Park, Minnesota. Date: October 24th, 2017. The fog arrived with the dawn, rolling across Kabetogama Lake in slow, deliberate waves that swallowed the far shore and left only gray silence in its wake. Derek London stood on the dock outside the Ash River Visitor Center, his breath forming small clouds that joined the mist before vanishing. The coffee in his thermos had gone lukewarm during his morning inspection of the boat launch, but he drank it anyway, letting the bitter warmth settle in his chest. 6 years with the National Park Service, 4 of them here at Voyageurs, and he had learned to appreciate these quiet October mornings when the summer crowds were gone and the park returned to something older, something that belonged only to the water and the pines and the things that moved between them. The landscape stretched before him in layers of gray and green, the boreal forest rising from the lake's edge in dense stands of spruce, birch, and aspen. This late in the season, the birches had shed most of their golden leaves, their white bark standing pale against the darker conifers like bones bleaching in the cold. The lakes of Voyageurs formed an interconnected maze spanning over 200,000 acres, a wilderness of granite outcroppings, hidden bays, and islands too numerous to count. In summer, the waterways hummed with motorboats and kayaks. Now, in the dying days of October, the park held its breath. Ice had begun forming along the sheltered shorelines, thin and treacherous, not yet strong enough to walk on, but enough to make boat travel dangerous. Derek checked his watch. 7:15 a.m. He walked back to the station, his boots crunching on the gravel path, and began his morning routine. Equipment check first. He inspected the emergency beacon, verified the satellite phone battery, tested his handheld radio. The familiar weight of the Motorola in his palm was a comfort, a tether to civilization that meant he was never truly alone out here. He logged into the permit system and reviewed the overnight records. Only 3 backcountry permits active. A father-son fishing trip on Locator Lake scheduled to return today, an older couple celebrating their anniversary on one of the Namakan houseboats, and a solo hiker, a woman named Scarlett Reeves, 28, from Madison, Wisconsin. She had registered for a 3-night trip to the Cruiser Lake Trail System, departing October 21st, expected return October 24th. Today. He keyed his radio. Dispatch, this is Ash River, morning check-in. The response came clear, slightly bored. Copy Ash River, conditions? Fog on Kabetogama, visibility maybe a quarter mile. Temperature 29 degrees, ice forming on the shallows. I'm going to run patrol on the Cruiser Lake access this morning. Verify that solo permit comes back on schedule. Copy that. Be advised, we've got a front moving in this afternoon. Possible snow. Wind advisory after sunset. Understood. Ash River out. He gathered his day pack. First aid kit, emergency blanket, flares, extra batteries, the laminated map of trail networks he could navigate blindfolded by now. Routine. Everything routine. The drive to the Cruiser Lake trailhead took 40 minutes on roads that grew progressively rougher, the pavement giving way to gravel, then to rutted forest tracks that hadn't seen maintenance since spring. The fog thinned as he moved inland, away from the lake, but the sky remained a flat pewter sheet that seemed to press down on the treetops. Derek parked beside a green Subaru with Wisconsin plates, Scarlett Reeves's vehicle, according to the permit. He checked the dashboard. No note, no indication of changed plans. Her return date was today, but she could arrive any time between now and sunset. He decided to hike the first mile of the trail, stretch his legs, make sure no downed trees or washouts had appeared since his last patrol. The forest closed around him immediately, dense and still. Spruce branches hung low over the path, heavy with moisture that dripped onto his shoulders as he passed. The trail was carpeted in fallen leaves, wet and compressed, muffling his footsteps. He breathed deep, the smell of damp earth, decaying vegetation, the metallic tang of cold air that meant winter was close. Halfway to the first trail junction, Derek paused. Something was wrong, though it took him a moment to identify what. Then he understood. Silence. The forest had gone completely silent. No birds, no rustle of squirrels in the underbrush, no distant woodpecker. Even the dripping from the branches seemed to have stopped. He stood motionless, listening. His hand moved unconsciously to his radio. A twig snapped somewhere to his left. A sharp, distinct sound in the vacuum of silence. Then another, closer. Then nothing. Derek turned slowly, scanning the tree line. The fog had crept back, threading between the spruce trunks in pale tendrils. He saw nothing. No movement. No shape. Nothing but trees and mist and the gray weight of the sky. Hello? His voice sounded flat, absorbed by the fog. Anyone there? Silence. Probably a deer. The rut was starting. Bucks moved erratically this time of year. He'd spooked it, that was all. Derek exhaled, shook his head at his own jumpiness, and continued up the trail. But he walked faster now, and he didn't stop listening. Scarlett had woken that morning with frost on her tent and a feeling she couldn't name. Not fear, exactly. Something more like the awareness of being watched, a prickling at the back of her neck that had begun the previous evening and hadn't faded with sleep. She told herself it was the isolation. 3 days alone in the backcountry did strange things to the mind. You started hearing voices in the wind, seeing shapes in the shadows between trees. It was natural. It was nothing. She packed her camp with practiced efficiency. Sleeping bag compressed into its stuff sack, tent broken down and rolled, bear canister secured in her pack. Today was the hike out, 7 miles back to the trailhead in her car and the promise of a hot shower in International Falls. She'd take the main trail, the one she'd come in on, straightforward. The forest was different in the morning fog. The landmarks she'd memorized, a distinctive boulder, a lightning-scarred pine, a creek crossing, seemed to have shifted position overnight. Scarlett checked her compass, verified her direction, told herself she was being foolish. Trails didn't move. The wilderness played tricks on perception, that was all. She'd been hiking for perhaps an hour when she heard it. A sound like breathing, slow and heavy, coming from somewhere behind her. She stopped, turned. The trail stretched back into the mist, empty. Hello? The breathing stopped. The silence that replaced it was worse. Not natural silence, but a held breath. The silence of something waiting. Scarlett's heart beat harder. She gripped the straps of her pack and walked faster, fighting the urge to run. Running in the backcountry was dangerous. You tripped on roots, twisted ankles, got lost. She was a competent hiker. She'd done dozens of solo trips. There was nothing behind her except fog and trees and her own imagination. The breathing began again, closer now. And under it, another sound. Footsteps. Not human footsteps. Something heavier. Something with a different rhythm. 4 beats instead of 2. Something walking on 4 legs. Scarlett broke into a run. Derek reached the first junction without incident. The trail forked here, left toward Anderson Bay, right toward the Cruiser Lake campsites where Scarlett Reeves should have spent the last 3 nights. He checked his watch. 9:30 a.m. Still early. She might not break camp until noon. Might take her time on the hike out. No reason for concern yet. But the silence bothered him. And there was something else now. Something he noticed as he stood at the junction studying the trail markers. A smell. Faint. Almost imperceptible. Carried on whatever thin breeze moved through the fog. A smell like wet fur and something else. Something copper dark and organic. Blood, maybe. Old blood. He keyed his radio. Dispatch, Ash River. I'm at the Cruiser Anderson Junction. Anything on the emergency channels? Static. Then, River. Repeat. Dispatch, do you copy? I'm getting interference. Breaking up. Say again. The radio hissed, popped, fell silent. Derek checked the battery indicator. Full. Checked the channel. Correct. The equipment was functioning. The signal simply wasn't getting through. He tried twice more, then clipped the radio back to his belt. Atmospheric interference happened sometimes, especially before storms. The front dispatch had mentioned was probably affecting communications. He'd try again from higher ground. The smell was stronger now. And underneath it, another scent he recognized from hunting trips as a teenager. Musk. The heavy, unmistakable musk of a large predator. Bear. Derek unslung his pack and removed the canister of bear spray, checking the safety, feeling the reassuring weight in his hand. Black bears were common in voyageurs, though they should be preparing for hibernation by now, fattening up on the last berries and acorns before the snow came. Encounters this late in the season were rare. He took the right fork toward Cruiser Lake, walking with the spray ready. The fog thickened as he moved deeper into the forest. The silence remained absolute. Scarlett didn't know how long she'd been running when she tripped. Her boot caught a root hidden beneath the leaves and she went down hard, her pack driving the breath from her lungs as she hit the ground. For a moment she lay stunned, tasting blood where she'd bitten her tongue, staring up at the gray nothing of the sky through the branches. The footsteps had stopped. She pushed herself up slowly, painfully, checking for injuries. Scraped palms, bruised knee, nothing broken. Her compass had come loose from its clip. She found it in the leaves and secured it again. When she looked up, she saw the bear. It stood perhaps 30 feet away, at the edge of visibility where the fog turned solid. A black bear, massive, easily 400 pounds. It watched her with an intelligence that stopped her breath. Not the wary curiosity of a normal bear, not the defensive aggression of a startled animal. This was something else, something calculating. "Hey, bear," Scarlett said, her voice shaking. She remembered the protocols. Make yourself known. Don't run. Back away slowly. "Hey, bear, I'm just passing through. I'm leaving." The bear didn't move. Its eyes, she could see them clearly now, dark and wet and horribly knowing, remained fixed on her face. "I'm leaving," she repeated. She took a step backward. The bear smiled. That was the only word for it. Its lips pulled back from its teeth in an expression no animal should be capable of making. A human expression on a face that was not human. Scarlett's bladder released. Warmth spreading down her thigh, and she couldn't care because the bear was still smiling, and now it was moving, not charging but walking toward her on all fours with terrible patience while that smile never changed. She ran again. She ran until her lungs burned and her legs screamed and the forest blurred around her. She ran until she burst into a clearing she didn't recognize and realized, with a horror that went beyond anything she'd felt before, that she had no idea where she was. The fog surrounded the clearing on all sides. The trees had closed in behind her, their trunks pressed together like bars. And somewhere in the mist, something was laughing. A low, rhythmic sound that might have been growling, might have been chuckling, might have been both. She was still standing in the clearing, turning in circles, searching for a path that no longer existed, when the shape emerged from the fog. It wasn't a bear anymore. It was something between shapes, something caught mid-transformation, something with fur and teeth and hands, hands where paws should be, human hands with claws where fingernails belonged. Scarlet opened her mouth to scream, but the sound that emerged was barely a whisper. The shape moved closer, and the last thing she saw before her heart seized in her chest was its eyes. Human eyes, aware and amused, watching her die with something that looked terribly like satisfaction. Derek found the first sign at 10:47 a.m. A torn piece of fabric snagged on a branch, bright red against the gray and green. He photographed it, marked the location on his GPS, continued forward with his senses at full alert. The smell of blood was unmistakable now, thick and metallic, mixing with that predator musk into something that made his stomach clench. He tried the radio again. "Dispatch, this is Ash River, emergency traffic. I have possible signs of animal attack on the Cruiser Lake Trail. Request backup and SAR notification." Static. Silence. Then, clear as if the speaker were standing beside him. "Derek." He froze. The voice on the radio was not dispatch. It was female, young, terrified. "Derek, please. I'm hurt. I need help." He keyed the mic. "Identify yourself. What is your location? Please." The voice dissolved into static, reformed. "It's still here. Please help me. I need your 20. Can you describe your surroundings?" Silence. Then the static resolved into something else, not a voice but a sound, low and rhythmic. Breathing. Heavy animal breathing, transmitted through a radio that should only receive signals from other rangers. Derek lowered the radio slowly. His hand was shaking. He knew in that moment that something was very wrong. Not wrong in the way of accidents and injuries and the ordinary tragedies of wilderness. Wrong in a way that didn't fit into any protocol, any training, any rational framework. The old stories came back to him then. Stories he'd heard from Ojibwe elders at community events, from seasonal workers who grew up on the nearby reservations. Stories about people who learned forbidden things, who made deals with spirits that should not be dealt with, who could wear the shapes of animals while keeping their human minds. Bear walkers, they called them. Witches in animal skins. He didn't believe in such things. He couldn't believe in them. But standing alone in the fog with blood smell thick in his nostrils, and that breathing still coming from his radio, Derek London found that what he believed mattered very little. He moved forward. The clearing opened before him without warning. One moment dense forest, the next a rough circle of trampled earth and torn vegetation. The fog hung thicker here, almost opaque, but Derek could see enough. More than enough. The body lay in the center of the clearing. A woman, young, dark hair spread across the leaves. Her eyes were open, staring at the gray sky with an expression of absolute terror frozen on her face. No visible wounds. No blood. She looked almost peaceful, except for those eyes. Except for the rictus of her mouth, except for the way her hands were raised as if warding off something that was no longer there. Derek approached slowly, checking the perimeter, seeing nothing but trees and fog. He knelt beside the body and pressed 2 fingers to her throat, already knowing what he would find. Cold skin. No pulse. She had been dead for hours at least. "Scarlet Reeves," he said aloud, and his voice seemed to fall dead in the air. He should call it in. He should establish a perimeter, document the scene, follow protocol. Instead, he knelt beside a dead woman in a clearing that smelled of blood and musk and wrongness, and he listened to the silence, and he felt with absolute certainty that he was being watched. The radio crackled. Derek, his own name, spoken in a voice that was not dispatch, not the terrified woman, not anyone he recognized. A voice that came from everywhere and nowhere, from the fog itself. "Derek, I see you." He stood, bear spray in one hand, radio in the other, turned slowly, The trees at the clearing's edge seemed closer than before, their trunks pressed together, their branches reaching down like fingers. "I know you're there," he said. His voice didn't shake. 6 years in the wilderness had taught him to master his fear, to function when every instinct screamed run. "Whoever you are, whatever you are, I'm not leaving without her." Laughter. That same low, rhythmic sound Scarlett had heard before she died. It came from the fog, from the trees, from inside his own skull. Then it emerged. Not from any single direction, from all of them. A shape that was bare and was not bare, that moved on 4 legs and then on 2, that changed even as he watched. Fur rippled across skin that was pale underneath, human skin, and the face that resolved from the transformation was a face he recognized. Jimmy Whitehorse, a maintenance worker from the Kabetogama station, a man Derek had shared coffee with just last week. But the eyes were wrong, the smile was wrong, everything was wrong. The woman was disrespectful, Jimmy's voice said from a mouth that was still too full of teeth. She walked where she shouldn't, took photographs of sacred places, left her garbage on the shore. "Jimmy." Derek's voice came out as a croak. "What happened to you?" Jimmy learned things. Jimmy was taught by his grandmother, and her grandmother before her. Old knowledge. Powerful knowledge. The shape took a step closer. It was fully human now, naked despite the cold, but moving with a fluidity no human body should possess. The woman had to pay. They always have to pay. And now you've seen too much, Derek. You've seen my face. Derek raised the bear spray. His finger found the trigger. "That won't help," the thing that wore Jimmy's shape said. "Nothing helps. You can run if you like. The others ran. It's more fun when they run." Derek didn't run. Instead, he thought of Scarlett Reeves's frozen face, her eyes full of terror, her heart stopped by fear alone. He thought of the protocols he'd trained for, the rational explanations that no longer applied, the stories he'd dismissed as superstition, and he made a choice. He turned and walked toward the tree line, not running, walking. One step after another, steady, controlled, refusing to give the thing behind him the satisfaction of his panic. He heard it laugh again, heard footsteps, 2-legged, 4-legged, something between, following at a distance, playing with him. The fog pressed close. The trees seemed to shift, closing gaps he tried to walk through, opening paths that led nowhere. Derek kept walking. He focused on his breathing, on the weight of his boots on the earth, on the absolute certainty that if he stopped, if he gave in to the terror clawing at his chest, his heart would seize just like Scarlett's. The radio crackled one last time. "I'll see you again, Derek. I know where you work. I know where you sleep. This isn't over." Then silence. True silence. And somewhere in that silence a bird began to sing. Derek emerged from the trailhead at 2:15 p.m., 40 minutes before the storm front arrived. He didn't remember most of the hike out. His mind had retreated to some survival space where only the next step mattered. The green Subaru sat where he'd last seen it, forever waiting for a driver who would never return. He drove to the nearest spot with cell coverage and called dispatch on his personal phone. His voice was calm as he reported finding a body on the Cruiser Lake Trail, as he requested a CR in law enforcement, as he declined to speculate on cause of death. The coroner's report, filed 3 weeks later, would list cardiac arrest of unknown origin. Natural causes, technically. Nothing to investigate. Jimmy Whitehorse didn't return to work that week. When rangers checked his residence, they found it empty, cleaned out, as if he had never existed. Personnel records showed he had been employed at Voyageurs for 11 years. No one could describe his face with any consistency. Photos from staff events showed strange blurs where he should have been standing. Derek requested a transfer to Badlands National Park in South Dakota. Grassland, open sky, no trees for miles, no places for things to hide and watch and wait. The request was approved. On his last night at Voyageurs, packing boxes in his cabin, he heard something outside his window, A scratching like claws on wood. Then a voice, Jimmy's voice or something wearing Jimmy's voice, whispering through the crack beneath the door. I said I'd see you again. Derek didn't open the door. He sat in the center of the room with every light blazing until dawn broke gray and cold over the lake. When he finally stepped outside, there was nothing there. Only scratches on the door frame, deep grooves in the wood, and a single track in the frost. A paw print that became a footprint that became nothing at all. He drove out of Voyageurs that morning and never looked back. But sometimes, late at night in his new posting among the endless grasslands, he wakes to the sound of breathing outside his window. Heavy, patient, waiting. Some debts, the old stories say, can never be outrun. The wilderness remembers, and it never forgets a face. Location: Voyageurs National Park, Minnesota. Date: October 29th, 2017. The coffee had gone cold in Marcus's thermos by the time he noticed. He had been standing at the edge of the Kabetogama Lake overlook for nearly 20 minutes, watching the way the morning light struggled to penetrate the low clouds that hung over the water like a burial shroud. October had stripped most of the color from the forest. The birches stood pale and skeletal against the dark mass of pines, and the aspens had surrendered their golden leaves to the wind days ago. What remained was a landscape of grays and deep greens, of black water and white sky, beautiful in that severe way that made tourists uncomfortable and made rangers like Marcus feel, against all reason, at home. He poured out the cold coffee onto the gravel and watched it steam briefly, before the chill air absorbed even that small warmth. The temperature had dropped 15 degrees overnight. Not unusual for late October in northern Minnesota, but the season's first hard frost was coming. He could smell it in the air, that particular metallic sharpness that preceded freezing. The lake hadn't iced over yet, wouldn't for another few weeks, but the water temperature had fallen into the dangerous range, hypothermia in under 10 minutes for anyone unlucky enough to go in. He made a mental note to check that the warning signs at the boat launches were still legible. His morning patrol route took him along the Cruiser Lake Trail, a 9-mile loop through the interior of the Kabetogama Peninsula that saw maybe a dozen hikers per week during peak season, and virtually none this late in the year. The park had officially shifted to winter operations 3 days ago, which meant a skeleton crew of 4 rangers covering over 200,000 acres of interconnected waterways, islands, and boreal forest. Marcus's nearest colleague was stationed at the Rainy Lake Visitor Center, 45 minutes away by boat and even longer by the winding service roads. In practical terms, he was alone out here. He didn't mind. 12 years with the National Park Service had taught him to appreciate solitude, and Voyageurs offered it in abundance. The tourists came for the fishing and the northern lights, took their photos from the designated viewpoints, and left before the weather turned. What remained was the wilderness as it had existed for thousands of years. The wolves and moose and black bears preparing for winter, the loons making their last flight south, the ancient rock formations that the Ojibwe and other Anishinaabe peoples had known long before European surveyors gave them English names. Marcus respected this place, more than respected. He understood it, or thought he did. His radio crackled at exactly 7:30 a.m., right on schedule. Kabetogama Station, this is Rainy Lake. Morning check over. Marcus keyed his handset. Rainy Lake, Kabetogama Station. I read you clear. Starting Cruiser Lake Patrol in 10. Weather looks like fog advisory material. Visibility already dropping over the water. Over. Copy that. We've got the same on this end. Marine forecast says it should burn off by noon, but you know how that goes. Be advised, we had a late registration come through the permit system last night. Solo hiker, female, 26 years old. Name's Evelyn Marsh. She requested the backcountry site at Locator Lake for 2 nights. Checked in at the Kabetogama entrance around 4 p.m. yesterday. Over. Marcus frowned. Locator Lake was deep in the peninsula's interior, accessible only by a challenging portage trail that most experienced hikers avoided this time of year. Solo permit in late October was unusual. Copy, Rainy Lake. Did she check in with the station before heading out? Negative. Permit was self-registered at the kiosk. Looks like she went straight to the trailhead. Understood. I'll swing by locator on my patrol, make sure she's settled in. Kabatogama station out. He clipped the radio back to his belt and finished his equipment check with the automatic efficiency of long practice. First aid kit, fully stocked. Bear spray, though the bears were mostly denned up by now. GPS unit, fresh batteries, emergency blanket, fire starter, headlamp. The cruiser lake loop was a day hike. 8 to 10 hours if he kept a steady pace, but the backcountry taught you to prepare for the unexpected. Weather could change in minutes. Trails could wash out. People could make bad decisions. The trail started from behind the ranger station, descending through mixed forest toward the first of several portages that connected the peninsula's interior lakes. Marcus moved at his usual pace, not fast but steady, his boots finding the familiar rhythm of root and rock and packed earth. The fog that had blanketed the lake was creeping inland now, threading between the trees in pale ribbons that obscured the middle distance while leaving the immediate surroundings clear. It created a strange effect. Marcus could see perhaps 50 feet in any direction before the world dissolved into white, as if he were walking through a room whose walls kept retreating. The forest was quiet, not silent. There was wind in the high branches, the occasional distant cry of a raven, but quiet in the particular way that autumn woods fall quiet. The summer birds gone south and the remaining creatures conserving energy for the long freeze ahead. Marcus listened as he walked, sorting sounds by instinct. The creak of a dead birch rubbing against its neighbor, the rustle of a red squirrel in the underbrush, the soft drip of moisture condensing on branches and falling to the leaf litter below. Normal sounds. Proper sounds. The soundtrack of a healthy forest. He found the first sign of Evelyn Marsh at the Cruiser Lake Portage, about 2 hours into his patrol. Her boot prints were clear in the soft mud where the trail crossed a small creek. Women's size 8, maybe 9, with a distinct waffle pattern that suggested expensive hiking boots. Recent, too. The edges were still sharp, not yet softened by last night's drizzle. She had passed through here yesterday afternoon, moving at a good pace based on the stride length. Marcus noted the tracks and continued on. The fog had thickened considerably, reducing visibility to 30 feet in places, and the temperature had dropped further. His breath plumed white in front of him. He checked his watch. 10:15 a.m. The marine forecast had promised clearing by noon, but the fog showed no signs of lifting. If anything, it seemed denser here in the forest interior, hanging between the trees like something solid, like something waiting. The trail climbed over a granite ridge and descended toward Locator Lake, where Evelyn's campsite should be. Marcus paused at the ridgeline, trying to see the water below, but there was nothing, just the white wall of fog and, somewhere beneath it, the sound of small waves lapping against stone. He could smell the lake, that distinctive blend of cold water and decomposing vegetation, stronger than it should be. As if the lake were closer than the map indicated. As if it had moved. He shook off the thought and continued his descent. Evelyn had reached the Locator Lake campsite just before sunset the previous day, her legs aching and her spirits high. The portage had been more challenging than the online reviews suggested. The trail was overgrown in places, the boardwalks rotting, but she had made it. And now she had this perfect little clearing all to herself. The lake stretched out before her, mirror still, reflecting the pink and orange clouds of evening with such clarity that she couldn't tell where the water ended and the sky began. She pitched her tent with practiced efficiency, gathered firewood from the designated pile, and cooked a simple dinner of instant noodles and beef jerky while watching the last light fade from the horizon. This was exactly what she had needed. 3 months of 70-hour weeks at the hospital, back-to-back shifts in the ER, patients who lived and patients who didn't. She had felt something inside her calcifying, growing hard and brittle, and she had known that if she didn't get away, truly away, something would break. The fog rolled in after dark. She hadn't expected it. The forecast had called for clear skies, but there it was, creeping across the lake surface like a living thing, spilling over the shoreline and into the trees. Within an hour, she couldn't see the water anymore. Couldn't see anything beyond the weak circle of her headlamp's beam. The fog was so thick it seemed to have texture, seemed to press against her skin with a cool, damp weight that made her shiver despite her fleece jacket. She retreated to her tent earlier than planned, zipping the rainfly tight and burrowing into her sleeping bag. The fog muffled everything. The usual night sounds of wind and water seemed distant, as if coming from very far away, and in their place was a silence so complete it felt like pressure against her eardrums. Evelyn lay awake for a long time, listening to nothing, until exhaustion finally pulled her under. She dreamed of walking. A long trail through white emptiness, following someone she couldn't quite see. Someone always just ahead of her, just around the next bend. She called out, but her voice made no sound. She walked faster, then ran, but the figure ahead never got closer, never got farther away, just kept moving at exactly the pace needed to stay out of reach. And then she woke to pale gray light filtering through the tent fabric. Morning, though it was hard to tell. The fog was still there, even thicker than before, pressing against the tent walls like it wanted to get inside. Her watch read 8:47 a.m. She had slept for nearly 12 hours. Evelyn unzipped the tent and stepped out into the fog. She could see the cold fire pit, the bear hang with her food bag swaying gently, the edge of the clearing where the trees began. Beyond that, nothing. The world ended 10 feet from her tent. She ate breakfast, granola bars, cold, and consulted her map. Her plan had been to spend the day exploring the lakeshore, maybe paddle the small inflatable kayak she'd hauled in, but the fog made that impossible. Too dangerous on the water. She would stay close to camp, maybe hike the short loop trail that circled the lake, wait for the weather to clear. She was packing her day pack when she heard the voice. "Hello?" Evelyn froze. The voice had come from somewhere in the fog. A woman's voice, she thought, though it was hard to tell. Distant but clear, like someone calling from the far shore of the lake. "Hello? Is someone there?" "Hello?" Evelyn called back. "Are you okay?" No response. She waited, ears straining, but the fog had swallowed the sound. Probably another hiker, she told herself. Someone camping on the opposite shore, disoriented by the weather. She should try to find them, make sure they were all right. She started walking toward where she thought the voice had come from. Marcus found the campsite at 11:23 a.m., and he knew immediately that something was wrong. The tent was still standing, zipped tight, rainfly beaded with condensation. The bear hang was intact. The fire pit showed evidence of a small fire properly extinguished. Everything was orderly, exactly as a responsible hiker would leave it, except that no one was there. "Miss Marsh?" he called out. "National Park Service. Anyone in camp?" His voice fell flat in the fog, absorbed before it could echo. He waited. No response. He approached the tent and called again, then unzipped the fly when silence continued. Empty. Sleeping bag still laid out. Boots missing. Day pack missing. She had left the campsite voluntarily, taking appropriate gear. Probably out for a morning hike. Except the fog was impenetrable, had been all morning, and even experienced hikers knew better than to wander in zero visibility conditions. Marcus had been navigating by GPS and compass for the last hour. Every ranger handbook in existence warned against attempting trail navigation in heavy fog without proper equipment. Maybe she had it. He didn't know what gear she was carrying beyond what the permit required. He checked his watch. 11:31 a.m. The responsible thing was to wait. Give her an hour, maybe 2. She might have stepped away to use the latrine, might be on a short loop that would bring her back to camp. No reason to assume the worst. Marcus sat down on a log near the fire pit and keyed his radio. "Rainy Lake. This is Kabetogama Station. I'm at the Locator Lake backcountry site. The registered camper, Evelyn Marsh, is not present. Tent and gear are here, but she appears to have left camp. Fog conditions are severe. I'm going to wait at the site for 1 hour. Over." Static. Then faintly. "Betogama. Copy. Conditions. Advised." The transmission was breaking up. Marcus tried again. "Rainy Lake, please repeat. I did not copy your last. Over." More static. Something that might have been words, or might have been nothing. Then silence. He checked the radio's battery indicator. Full charge. Checked the antenna connection. Secure. The equipment was fine. The interference was coming from somewhere else. The fog seemed thicker now. Marcus couldn't see the tent anymore, though it was less than 20 feet away. He could see his own boots, the log he sat on, the immediate circle of leaf-covered ground. Beyond that, white. Absolute white. And then, from somewhere in that whiteness, a voice. Marcus? He was on his feet before the conscious thought to move, hand going to his bear spray before recognizing how useless it was. The voice had been clear, unmuffled by the fog, a woman's voice, not the hiker's. Older, familiar in a way that made his heart stutter. Marcus, honey, are you out there? His mother. The voice was his mother's voice, but his mother had been dead for 6 years. Who's there? He called, and hated the way his voice cracked. Identify yourself. Silence. Then, from a different direction, behind him now when the voice had been ahead, Marcus, I've been waiting. Not his mother's intonation. The words were right, the pitch was right, but the rhythm was wrong. His mother had spoken quickly, words tumbling over each other. This voice was slow, deliberate, tasting each syllable. Marcus didn't respond. He stood perfectly still, controlling his breathing, forcing his heart rate down through sheer will. 12 years in the wilderness had taught him that panic killed faster than any animal. He needed to think. The voice had come from 2 different directions within seconds. That was impossible. No one could move that fast through this terrain, not without making noise. He hadn't heard footsteps, hadn't heard branches breaking, hadn't heard anything except the voice itself, emerging from the fog like something the fog had created. There were stories. Every ranger in the North Country had heard them. Old stories, First Nations stories, about things that lived in the spaces between worlds. The Ojibwe elders who still visited the park sometimes spoke of them in careful, oblique terms. Spirits of the fog and the water and the thin places where the land grew uncertain. Not evil exactly, but other. Operating by rules that had nothing to do with human logic. Marcus hadn't believed those stories. He was a practical man. A man who dealt in GPS coordinates and weather reports and the observable behavior of wildlife. The wilderness was dangerous enough without inventing supernatural threats. But standing in that clearing, unable to see 5 feet in any direction, listening to his dead mother's voice come from impossible angles, Marcus understood that belief was irrelevant. The stories existed because something had inspired them, and that something was here. Miss Marsh, he called, choosing the practical approach. Evelyn Marsh, if you can hear me, please respond. I'm with the National Park Service. I can help you. The fog shifted. Not wind. There was no wind, but something moving within the fog, displacing it. A shape resolved from the whiteness. Humanoid. Standing perhaps 30 feet away, motionless, its features completely obscured. Miss Marsh? The shape didn't respond. Didn't move. Just stood there, watching him from a face he couldn't see. And then there were 2 shapes, then 3. Each one exactly 30 feet away, spaced evenly around the clearing, forming a triangle with Marcus at its center. He turned slowly, trying to keep them all in view, and found that he couldn't. When he faced one, the others vanished into the fog, and when he turned to find them, new shapes appeared at the edges of his vision. He understood, with a clarity that felt like ice water in his veins, that he was being surrounded. Evelyn had been walking for what felt like hours. The trail had disappeared almost immediately, but she kept moving toward where she thought the voice had come from, stepping over fallen logs and pushing through underbrush that grabbed at her clothes. The fog was disorienting. She couldn't tell if she was going straight or curving, climbing or descending. Her compass was no help. The needle kept swinging, never settling on a direction, as if the magnetic poles themselves had become uncertain. She had stopped calling out after the first 15 minutes. The voice never answered, but other sounds had started, footsteps that paralleled her own just out of sight. the crack of branches from directions she hadn't walked. Once, impossibly, her own voice calling back to her from somewhere ahead. The rational part of her brain was still working, still cataloging possibilities. Disorientation, auditory hallucinations from stress and exhaustion, the fog creating acoustic anomalies. There were explanations for everything she was experiencing. There had to be. But beneath the rational explanations, something older was waking up. Something that recognized the wrongness of this place on a level deeper than thought. Every nerve in her body was screaming retreat, turn back, run, but there was no back to return to. The fog had closed behind her as thoroughly as ahead. She checked her phone for the 100th time, no signal. GPS showed her position as a pulsing dot in the center of the lake, which was impossible. She was on solid ground, had been the entire time. The time display read 10:34 a.m., but she had been walking since before 9, walking for hours, and the light hadn't changed at all. "Hello?" she called again, her voice small against the white void. "Hello?" The fog answered back. Her own voice, perfect in every detail, coming from somewhere to her left. Evelyn felt her legs give out. She sat down hard on a fallen tree and put her head between her knees, fighting the vertigo, the absolute wrongness of hearing herself speak words she hadn't spoken. This wasn't happening. Couldn't be happening. She was a nurse, a scientist, a person who believed in the explainable world. When she raised her head, there was a figure standing in the fog. It was 10 feet away, maybe less. Humanoid, 2 arms, 2 legs, a head, but the proportions were wrong. Too tall, too thin, and its face. Evelyn couldn't see its face. The fog clung to it like a veil, like the figure was made of fog itself. And where features should be, there was only smooth, shifting whiteness. But she knew it was looking at her. Knew it with the same certainty she knew her own name. "What are you?" she whispered. The figure tilted its head, a gesture almost curious, almost human. And when it spoke, it used her mother's voice. Her mother, who had died of cancer when Evelyn was 19, whose last words had been a request to see the northern lights one more time. "Evelyn, sweetheart, I've been waiting so long." Marcus ran. He knew it was wrong. Knew the backcountry training that said movement in zero visibility was suicide. But the shapes were closing in, their slow approach more terrifying than any charge. He ran blind through the fog, branches whipping his face, roots grabbing his ankles, and somehow he stayed upright. Somehow he kept moving, the rasp of his own breathing the only sound in the white world. His radio crackled. "Cuss. Marcus." He grabbed it without stopping. "I'm here. Rainy Lake, I need immediate assistance. Locator Lake area, possible missing person, possible..." "Marcus." The voice from the radio wasn't dispatch. It was his mother's voice again, clear through the static. "Stop running, honey. You're going the wrong way." He threw the radio, watched it disappear into the fog, heard it hit the ground somewhere behind him, kept running. The lake appeared without warning. One moment fog, the next moment water, black and still as glass. Marcus skidded to a stop inches from the shore, heart hammering, and realized he had no idea how he'd gotten here. This wasn't Locator Lake. The shape was wrong, the shoreline unfamiliar. He didn't recognize anything. Across the water, perhaps 50 feet out, a figure was walking on the surface. Not floating, not swimming, walking, each step creating small ripples that spread outward in perfect circles. And beside the figure, slightly behind, another shape, smaller, moving with the uncertain gait of someone being led. "Miss Marsh?" Marcus called. His voice came out broken, barely audible. The smaller figure turned. Through the fog, through the distance, he couldn't see her face, but he saw her hand raise, saw her mouth open as if to call back. No sound came. The fog swallowed her gesture the way it swallowed everything, and then both figures were moving away, walking toward the center of the lake, toward the point where the fog was thickest, where nothing was visible at all. Marcus didn't follow. He stood at the shore and watched until they disappeared, until the last ripple faded, until the lake was still again. Then he sat down on the cold rocks and waited for the fog to lift. Search and rescue reached the Locator Lake campsite at 4:47 p.m. after the fog finally cleared. They found Marcus sitting where he'd collapsed, unresponsive to verbal commands, staring at a fixed point in the middle distance. His core temperature was 94 degrees. He was treated for moderate hypothermia and evacuated by float plane. Evelyn Marsh's tent, gear, and supplies were recovered intact. Her boot tracks led from the campsite toward the lake, then vanished at the water's edge. Dive teams searched for 3 days. They found nothing, no body, no clothing, no indication of where she had gone or what had happened. The official report listed her as a probable drowning. Case closed due to lack of evidence. Marcus took medical leave, then extended leave, then permanent disability, citing post-traumatic stress and recurring psychological episodes. He never returned to Voyageurs, never returned to any park. He moved to Phoenix, Arizona, as far from northern lakes and boreal forests as he could get while remaining in the country. Somewhere dry, somewhere the fog never came. Some nights he still hears his mother's voice calling from the next room. He's learned not to answer. He filed a supplemental incident report before his departure, detailing what he witnessed at Locator Lake. The document was classified as anomalous and archived without investigation. 3 other rangers had filed similar reports over the past 40 years, describing fog, voices of dead relatives, figures walking on water. None of the cases had been solved. None of the missing had been found. The Ojibwe have a name for the entity. They say it lives in the place where the world grows thin, where fog touches water, touches sky, where the boundaries between here and somewhere else begin to dissolve. They say it collects people, not from malice, but from loneliness. It takes them to a village on the other side, a place where the sun never rises, where the fog never clears, where the dead and the taken walk together on endless gray shores. They say, once you answer its voice, you belong to it forever. Marcus never answered. That's why he survived. But sometimes, in the dry Arizona nights, he wonders about Evelyn Marsh. Wonders if she's still walking through that white emptiness, following a voice that sounds like someone she loved, searching for a destination that doesn't exist. Wonders if she's still looking for a way home. The fog always lifts eventually, but some things, once lost, stay lost forever. Location: Voyageurs, National Park, Minnesota. Date: November 8, 2019. The fog came in slow that Friday morning, rolling across Kabetogama Lake like something poured from a bottle. Derek Hollis watched it from the window of the Ash River Visitor Center, while his coffee cooled in its thermos cup, the steam rising to meet the condensation already forming on the glass. November in Voyageurs meant gray. Gray water, gray sky, gray trees stripped bare and standing like bones against the horizon. The birches had lost their gold weeks ago, and now only the black spruce and balsam fir held any color, their deep green almost black in the flat morning light. He'd been stationed here for 5 years now, long enough to know the park's moods the way you know a difficult friend. In summer, Voyageurs was generous. Hundreds of lakes connected by waterways, islands scattered like puzzle pieces, enough beauty to make the long winters feel worth it. But November was the park's bitter month, the season of transition when the water couldn't decide whether to freeze or flow, and the silence grew so heavy you could feel it pressing against your eardrums. The summer staff were gone. The houseboats were dry docked. Even the wolves seemed to hold their breath, waiting for the snow that would make hunting easier. Derek finished his coffee and began his morning checks with the methodical patience of a man who understood that routine was the skeleton that held wilderness work together. Battery levels on the emergency radio, full. Satellite phone charged and functional. GPS unit showing correct coordinates for the station, 48.0892 degree N, 92.8456 degree W. He logged each item in the daily report, his handwriting neat despite the cold that seeped through the walls. The propane heater rattled in the corner, fighting a losing battle against the damp. He pulled on his insulated jacket, checked that his flashlight was in the left pocket where it always lived, and grabbed the clipboard with the day's patrol route. The morning's task was simple enough: Check the backcountry campsite registrations against actual use. Verify that the seasonal closures were properly posted along the Cruiser Lake Trail, and make sure no one had ignored the warnings about thin ice on the smaller inlets. Most visitors had the sense to stay away this time of year, but every November brought one or two who thought the solitude was worth the risk. Usually photographers, sometimes researchers, occasionally someone running from something that had nothing to do with the wilderness at all. His radio crackled as he stepped outside, the cold hitting his face like a slap. Ash River, this is Kabetogama Station, radio check, over. Derek keyed the mic. Kabetogama, Ash River reads you loud and clear. Beginning morning patrol of Cruiser Lake Sector. Expected return by 1400 hours. Over. Copy that, Ash River. Be advised, we've got a single vehicle in the chain of lakes lot since yesterday afternoon. Registration shows a day permit for one Evelyn Marsh. Expected return by 1800 yesterday. No contact, no callback. Might be nothing. Might want to check the trailhead, over. Derek felt the familiar tightening in his chest that came with overdue hikers. Probably nothing. People lost track of time, changed plans, forgot to check out. But November was unforgiving. Copy, Kabetogama. I'll start at Chain of Lakes, Ash River out. He took the service road north, the truck's heater blasting against the chill that crept through every seam. The fog thickened as he drove, reducing visibility to perhaps 50 yards. Shapes loomed and receded, a boulder that looked like a crouching animal, a dead tree that seemed to lean toward the road as he passed. The forest here was old, the kind of old that made you feel watched, even when you knew you were alone. Ojibwe territory for thousands of years before the fur traders came, before the loggers, before the Park Service drew lines on maps and called it preserved. Derek had learned enough history to respect what he didn't understand about this land. The elders at the Bois Fort Reservation had stories about these woods that didn't appear in any ranger training manual. The Chain of Lakes parking lot held a single vehicle, a silver Honda CR-V with Wisconsin plates, a thin layer of frost coating the windows. Derek pulled alongside and killed his engine. Silence rushed in. Not the comfortable silence of a quiet morning, but something heavier, more deliberate. He sat for a moment, listening. No birdsong, no wind. Even the trees seemed to be holding still. He approached the Honda and cleared the frost from the driver's window with his gloved hand. Inside, the car was tidy. A reusable water bottle in the cup holder, a paperback novel on the passenger seat, a fleece jacket folded neatly in the back. On the dashboard, a handwritten note. Back by 6 p.m. Don't worry, Mom. Just chasing the last light of autumn. Love, E. Evelyn Marsh. The name on the permit. Derek photographed the note and the vehicle, then checked the trailhead registry. Her handwriting again, dated yesterday. Evelyn Marsh, solo hiker, Chain of Lakes loop via Locator Lake Trail. Out, 1:30 p.m. Expected return, 6 p.m. 15 hours overdue. He radioed in. Kabetogama, this is Ash River. Vehicle confirmed at Chain of Lakes lot. Registration indicates solo female hiker on Locator Lake Trail. Departed 13:30 yesterday. No sign of return. I'm beginning foot search of the initial trail section. Request you notify search and rescue coordinator. Possible overnight missing person, over. The response came scratched with static, unusual for this distance. Copy, Ash River, SAR, notified. Be advised, weather, visibility, deteriorating. Check in every 30 minutes. Over. Say again, Kabetogama. You're breaking up. 30 minutes. Check in. Over. Derek frowned at the radio. Clear signal a moment ago. Now this. Atmospheric interference from the fog, probably. It happened. He clipped the radio to his belt and started up the trail. Evelyn had felt the wrongness before she understood it. She'd been hiking for perhaps 2 hours when the trail began to feel unfamiliar. Not wrong exactly. She'd studied the map. She knew the route, but somehow less certain than it had been. The blazes on the trees seemed farther apart. The ground, which had been well packed from summer traffic, grew softer, less defined. She stopped at what should have been the junction with the Locator Lake Spur, and found only unbroken forest. That was when she checked her phone and discovered she had no signal. Expected, this deep in the backcountry. She checked her physical map, orientating it with her compass. According to her calculations, the junction should be exactly here. She was standing in it, but the junction wasn't there. Okay. She'd made an error somewhere, miscounted the distance maybe, or confused a game trail for the main path. It happened to experienced hikers, and she was only intermediate at best. The smart thing was to backtrack, find the last definite marker she recognized, and try again. She turned around. The trail behind her looked different than she remembered. The fog had thickened while she walked, reducing the forest to a series of gray shapes emerging and receding. But that wasn't it. The massive fallen birch she'd climbed over 20 minutes ago, the one with the fungal shelf jutting from its side like a frozen wave, wasn't there. She would have to climb over it again to go back. She hadn't passed it. Evelyn stood very still, her breath clouding in the cold air. Logic. Apply logic. She was disoriented, yes, but she wasn't lost. She had a compass. She had a map. She had enough daylight. She checked her watch, 3:47 p.m., to retrace her steps carefully. The fog was playing tricks with her perception. That was all. She began walking back the way she'd come, counting her steps this time. 100, 200, 300. The trail should have curved left by now, following the contour of the ridge. It continued straight. 400, 500. A tree she didn't recognize, its bark scarred in a pattern that looked almost deliberate. 600, 700. She stopped. Ahead of her, the fog parted briefly, and she saw a clearing she had never seen before. Derek found the first blaze marking Evelyn's route about a quarter mile in. The orange diamond faded but visible against the gray bark of a red pine. The trail was well maintained here, the path clear despite the fallen leaves that carpeted everything in shades of brown and rust. His boots crunched steadily as he walked, the sound comforting in its normalcy. He called out every few minutes, "Hello, Park Service, anyone out here?" and listened to his voice disappear into the fog without echo. At the half-hour mark, he reached for his radio. "Kabetogama, this is Ash River, routine check-in. Position approximately 1 mile northeast of Chain of Lakes trailhead following Locator Lake Trail. No sign of missing hiker yet. Trail conditions good. Continuing search. Over. Static." Then faintly, "Ash River. Copy. Continue. Kabetogama, you're very broken. Can you relay through Crane Lake Station? Over." No response. Just the static, and beneath it, something that might have been a voice but might have been the wind. Derek checked the radio settings. Correct frequency, good battery, antenna intact. The fog then. Some kind of atmospheric phenomenon. It happens sometimes, especially near the lakes, especially in transitional weather. He continued up the trail, moving faster now. Evelyn had been out overnight in temperatures that dropped to the mid-20s after sunset. Even with good gear, hypothermia was a real risk. He'd seen what the cold could do to people who weren't prepared, and even to some who were. 1.5 miles in, he found her water bottle. It lay in the middle of the trail, upright, as if someone had set it there carefully rather than dropped it. Derek crouched and examined it without touching. Same bottle from the car, distinctive dent on the cap, faded sticker of a mountain range on the side, half full. No signs of struggle in the surrounding area, no disturbed vegetation, no blood. Just the bottle, waiting. He photographed it, marked the GPS coordinates, and tried the radio again. "Kabetogama, this is Ash River. I've located personal effects belonging to missing hiker approximately 1.5 miles from trailhead. Water bottle, deliberately placed. No sign of owner. Request immediate SAR team deployment to my coordinates. Over." The radio hissed. Then a voice, but not dispatch. Not any voice he recognized from the station. A woman's voice, thin and distant, almost mechanical in its flatness. "Derek." He froze. "Derek, I'm here. I found her." His thumb hovered over the transmit button. The voice had come through on the emergency frequency, the one only Park Service personnel could access. But it wasn't anyone he knew. It wasn't any voice he'd ever heard. "Identify yourself, over." Silence. The fog seemed to press closer, the trees leaning in like they wanted to hear the answer. "Derek." The voice again, and now he could hear something wrong with it. The syllables didn't quite connect. The rhythm was off, like someone had learned how to speak by listening but never quite understood the music of human conversation. "I found her. She needs help. Come." He did not respond. His hand had dropped from the radio, and he realized he was holding his breath. In 5 years with the Park Service, Derek had heard a lot of strange things. Interference from distant broadcasts, wildlife that made almost human sounds, the acoustic tricks the landscape played on tired ears. This was different. This was wrong in a way that bypassed his rational mind and spoke directly to something older, something that knew what predators sounded like when they learned to mimic prey. He started walking again, faster now, but not toward the voice. He followed the trail, looking for more signs, trying to ignore the prickle at the back of his neck that said he was being watched. Evelyn stood at the edge of the clearing and felt the last of her certainty drain away like water through sand. The clearing wasn't natural. The trees hadn't simply failed to grow here. They had been pushed back, creating a perfect circle perhaps 30 feet across. The ground was bare earth, no leaves, no undergrowth, as if something had scraped it clean. In the center stood a single boulder, waist high, its surface covered in lichen that formed patterns too regular to be random. And around the boulder, arranged in a careful spiral, were objects: a rusted compass, a child's shoe, a pair of glasses with one lens missing, a leather wallet black with age, a wedding ring. Offerings. The word rose unbidden in her mind, and with it came a fragment of memory, something her grandmother had said once about the woods in the north, about the small ones who lived in the old places and demanded payment for passage. She'd been a child then, half asleep, and the words had slipped away with morning. Now they came back sharp and clear and terrifying. She should run. Every instinct screamed at her to turn around and run until her legs gave out, but when she tried to step backward, her body wouldn't obey. Her feet were rooted, her muscles locked. She could only stand and stare at the clearing as the fog closed in around it, erasing the forest, erasing the trail, erasing everything but this place and its terrible patience. A sound from behind her. Footsteps. Small, quick, wrong. Too many of them, pattering against the earth like rain. She turned. The fog was full of shapes. Derek found the place where the trail ended. Not ended, stopped. The path simply ceased to exist, as if someone had erased it from the landscape with a giant hand. One moment he was walking on packed earth marked with blazes. The next he faced a wall of undergrowth so thick a rabbit would struggle to pass through. He checked his GPS. According to the coordinates, he should be in the middle of the Locator Lake Trail, well marked and well maintained. According to his eyes, there was no trail here at all. He tried the radio, knowing it was pointless. Kabetogama Ash River. I've lost the trail. GPS shows me en route, but the trail is not present. Requesting guidance, over. The static that came back had a quality to it now that made his skin crawl. It sounded almost like laughter, high-pitched chittering filtered through electronic hiss. He turned the radio off. Think. Think like a ranger, not like a scared kid in the woods. Trails don't disappear. The GPS could be malfunctioning. Magnetic interference, software glitch, any number of explanations. He'd simply gotten turned around in the fog. It happened. The thing to do was backtrack to the last known point, the water bottle, and try again. He turned around and started walking, counted his steps. 100, 200. The fog was thicker now, so thick he could barely see his own feet. 300, 400. He should have reached the bottle by now. 500, 600. He stopped. Ahead of him, barely visible through the gray, was a clearing, a circle of bare earth, a boulder in the center. He had never come this way. The shapes in the fog resolved slowly, reluctantly, as if they didn't want to be seen but couldn't help themselves. Small figures, child-sized but not children. Their proportions were wrong. Their limbs too long. Their heads too large. Their skin was the gray-brown of dead leaves. Their eyes, when she could make them out, were black and wet and reflected nothing. There were perhaps a dozen of them, surrounding the clearing, emerging from the fog one by one. They didn't move like humans. Their joints bent in directions that made her stomach lurch. Some walked on two legs. Others moved on all fours, scuttling, their movements quick and insectile. None of them made a sound. They simply appeared, took their positions, and waited. Evelyn wanted to scream. Her throat was locked, her jaw clenched so tight her teeth ached. She could feel tears streaming down her face, hot against the cold air, but she couldn't make a sound. One of the figures stepped forward. It was shorter than the others, its face more defined, almost human, like a child's mask made by someone who'd had a human face described to them but never actually seen one. Its mouth moved. Evelyn. Her name, in her own voice. The thing was using her own voice, stolen from somewhere, played back like a recording on a broken machine. Evelyn, you came. We've been waiting. It smiled. The smile was wrong. Too wide, too many teeth, going on and on past where a mouth should end. We've been waiting such a long time. Derek stood at the edge of the clearing, his hand on his sidearm, his radio dead, his certainty shattered. The boulder was there exactly as he hadn't imagined it. He'd never been here before, never seen this place, and yet it felt familiar in a way that made his bones ache. The object spiraled around it. A compass, a shoe, glasses, a wallet, a ring. Each one someone's possession. Each one he understood with terrible clarity, taken from someone who had stood where he was standing. Someone who had been lost. Someone who had been found by the wrong things. Ranger Hollis. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, thin and mocking. He spun, his hand drawing the gun without conscious thought, pointing it at nothing. Fog. Trees. The shapes of branches like grasping fingers. Put that away. It won't help. The fog rippled and something stepped out of it. Not a person. Not quite an animal. Something in between. Something that had been made to look almost right, but couldn't quite manage it. It was small, no taller than a child, but the way it held itself suggested age beyond measurement. Its eyes were the color of dirty ice, and they watched him with an intelligence that had nothing human in it. Your kind comes to our woods, it said, and its voice was a chorus now, multiple tones layered over each other, and thinks they can draw lines on maps, thinks they can name things and own them. You've been here 5 years, Derek Hollis. We've been here since before the ice. We remember when the water was higher. We remember when your kind first walked out of the cold and saw us watching from the trees. Derek couldn't speak. His throat was frozen, his tongue thick and useless. The gun in his hand felt like a toy, a child's imitation of a weapon. We took something that belongs to you, didn't we? The thing tilted its head, the motion bird-like, wrong. Or someone, I suppose you'd call her. She came to our woods alone, and alone is such a dangerous thing to be here. We showed her our special place. Would you like to see what we showed her? It gestured toward the boulder, and Derek's gaze followed against his will. Evelyn Marsh was sitting on the ground beside it, her back against the stone, her eyes open and staring at nothing. She was breathing. He could see the fog of her exhalations, but there was no recognition in her face, no awareness. She looked like someone whose mind had simply left. She's still in there, the thing said almost conversationally. Most of her. We only took the parts she wasn't using. The fear, mostly. It's such a useful thing, fear. It keeps your kind alive. It keeps you out of places like this. She had so much of it, she was delicious. Derek raised the gun. His hands were shaking so badly he could barely aim. I'm taking her out of here. Are you? The thing smiled, and its smile was full of needle teeth. I don't think so, Derek Hollis. I don't think you understand where you are. You followed our trail. You listened to our voices on your little talking box. You came into our home. The fog closed in. Derek couldn't see the trees anymore. Couldn't see anything but the clearing, the boulder, Evelyn, and the small gray shape that watched him with ancient, hungry patience. But we're not unreasonable, it continued. We've had our fill of her. She can go, what's left of her. But there's a price, Ranger. There's always a price. It pointed at him with one long, crooked finger. Your voice. Give us your voice and we'll let you both leave. We collect them, you see. Voices. They're so useful for calling the next one home. The others emerged from the fog then. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds. Their small forms ringing the clearing. Their black eyes fixed on him with horrible anticipation. Derek understood in that moment what had happened to every lost hiker. Every unexplained disappearance, every case that went cold because there was simply nothing to find. Choose, the thing said. Your voice or your life. The woman comes free either way. We're done with her. But you, Derek Hollis, you have to choose. He thought of the radio, dead in its holster. Thought of the voices he'd heard. Stolen voices. Speaking words their owners had never said. Thought of spending the rest of his life silent, knowing that somewhere in these woods something was using his voice to lure the next victim into the dark. He pulled the trigger. The shot was deafening in the silence, and it did nothing. The thing didn't flinch, didn't bleed, didn't react at all. It simply stood there as the echo faded, and when the sound was gone, it sighed. Such a waste, it said. Such a terrible waste. The fog rushed in. The cold was beyond anything Derek had ever felt. Beyond physical, reaching into his chest and squeezing something fundamental. He tried to scream and found that his throat was empty, his voice already gone, taken without his consent, and the last thing he saw before the darkness was the thing's smile, the thing's terrible, impossible smile, and behind it, Evelyn's empty eyes reflecting nothing at all. The search team found them 3 days later. Derek Hollis was unconscious but alive, curled at the base of a spruce tree half a mile from the Chain of Lakes parking lot. He'd been exposed to the elements for at least 48 hours, but somehow, the doctors couldn't explain it. He wasn't hypothermic. His core temperature was exactly normal. His vital signs were stable. He woke in the hospital 2 days later and was unable to speak. The initial diagnosis was psychological trauma affecting speech, but later examinations revealed something physical. His vocal cords were intact, but they simply didn't respond, wouldn't vibrate, wouldn't produce sound, as if they'd forgotten how. Evelyn Marsh was found beside him in similar condition. She recovered faster. Her voice was intact, her body unmarked, but she never remembered what happened after she stepped off the main trail. Her last clear memory was the fog thickening. Her next was the hospital ceiling. The time between was simply gone. She didn't remember the clearing or the boulder or the small gray shapes. She didn't remember anything at all. The official report listed both cases as exposure-related incidents exacerbated by poor visibility and navigational error. The water bottle was never recovered. The clearing with the boulder was never found. Search teams combed the area repeatedly and reported nothing unusual except an odd acoustic phenomenon. In certain locations, they could hear voices in the fog, distant and distorted, speaking words they couldn't quite make out. Derek Hollis retired from the Park Service 3 months later on medical grounds. He moved south to a flat place with few trees and wide horizons. He learned sign language. He never returned to Minnesota, but sometimes late at night when the wind is right, visitors to Voyageurs National Park report hearing something strange on the emergency frequencies. A man's voice, calm and professional, directing them toward the Chain of Lakes trail. This way, the voice says. I found something. Come and see. The rangers who've been there long enough know not to follow. They know that some calls are better left unanswered. And somewhere in the old woods, in the places where the fog never quite lifts, small shapes watch and wait and remember. They remember every voice they've taken. They remember every name. And they are so very, very patient. Location: Congaree National Park, South Carolina. Date: October 23, 2016. And the morning mist rose from the black water like breath from a sleeping animal. Garrett Hayes stood on the elevated boardwalk near the Harry Hampton Visitor Center, cradling his thermos of coffee and watching the fog curl between the ancient bald cypress trees. Their buttressed trunks emerged from the dark water like the legs of giants frozen mid-stride, draped in Spanish moss that hung motionless in the still air. He had worked at Congaree for 6 years now, and still this view made him pause. 26,000 acres of old-growth bottomland hardwood forest, the largest intact expanse left in North America, a place that looked exactly the same in every direction. Tupelo and cypress and sweet gum repeating endlessly, the water table rising and falling with the seasons, transforming trails into creeks and back again without warning. He checked his watch, 6:47 a.m. The visitor center wouldn't open for another hour, but Garrett preferred arriving early, before the humidity climbed, and the air thickened into something you had to push through rather than breathe. October in the Low Country was unpredictable. Warm enough during the day to sweat through your uniform, cold enough at night to see your breath. The Weather Service had issued an advisory for the approaching storm system. Heavy rains expected by evening, possible flooding in the lower sections of the park. He'd need to check the water gauges along Cedar Creek and potentially close the Weston Lake Loop if levels rose too high. Inside the station, Garrett completed his morning ritual with the comfortable rhythm of long practice. He logged into the computer system, reviewed the overnight incident reports. Nothing unusual, just a note from the evening ranger about a family of raccoons getting into the trash bins again. And checked the trail registry. 3 groups had signed in yesterday and not yet signed out. A father-son pair on an overnight camping permit at Bluff Camp, a bird-watching group of 4 from the Audubon Society, and a solo hiker named Natalie Vance, age 28, who had registered for a day hike on the Oak Ridge Trail at 2:15 p.m. Garrett frowned at the entry. Solo hikers weren't unusual, but the Oak Ridge Trail connected to several unmarked paths that could disorient even experienced visitors. He made a mental note to swing by the trailhead parking lot during his morning patrol. "Dispatch, this is Unit 3 conducting morning comms check, over." Garrett spoke into his handheld radio, the familiar weight of it reassuring in his palm. The response crackled back immediately, clear and crisp. "Unit 3, dispatch reads you 5x5. Morning patrol commencing?" "Affirmative. Starting with Cedar Creek gauge check, then north to Bluff Camp for permit verification. Should be back at station by 1100. "Copy that, Unit 3. Weather advisory still in effect. Rain expected by 1600. Keep us posted on water levels." "Will do. Unit 3 out." The parking lot at the Oak Ridge Trailhead held only 2 vehicles. A white pickup registered to the Audubon Group and a silver Honda Civic with Georgia plates. Garrett ran the Civic's tags through the system, registered to Natalie Vance of Savannah. He peered through the driver's window. A reusable water bottle sat in the cup holder, half empty. A paperback novel lay on the passenger seat, spine cracked, a receipt tucked between the pages as a bookmark. On the dashboard, a handwritten note in looping script. "N. Call me when you're back. Don't forget dinner at 7. Love, Mom." Garrett felt the first stirring of unease. Day hikers who registered at 2:15 p.m. should have returned well before dark. The Oak Ridge Trail was a 4-mile loop, 3 hours at a leisurely pace. Even accounting for delays, she should have been back to her car by 6 p.m. at the latest. He checked the trail registry again. No sign out recorded. She could have simply forgotten, driven away without logging her return. It happened. But the car was still here. He tried to rationalize. Perhaps she'd extended her hike, pushed further than intended, made camp somewhere. But her permit was for day use only, and the weather last night had dropped into the low 50s, uncomfortable without proper gear. His gut told him something was wrong. 6 years in this park had taught him to trust that instinct. The swamp was different that morning. Garrett noticed it as he walked the first quarter-mile of the Oak Ridge Trail, calling Natalie's name at intervals. The usual symphony of the bottomland, the drilling of woodpeckers, the rustle of squirrels in the canopy, the persistent drone of insects, had fallen silent. Not gradually the way it does when a predator moves through and the small creatures hold their breath. This was absolute, total, as if someone had pressed a mute button on the entire forest. Garrett stopped walking, listening. His own breathing seemed obscenely loud. The creak of his boots on the boardwalk planks echoed in the stillness. A heron, he told himself. A great blue heron landing nearby could silence a section of forest for minutes. Or a gator sliding into the water. Natural explanations. He continued forward, but the silence followed him like a second shadow. And when the sounds finally returned, a single crow calling somewhere to the east. The relief he felt was disproportionate, almost desperate. Natalie Vance had not planned to get lost. She had hiked dozens of trails in Georgia and South Carolina, knew how to read a map, knew to stay on marked paths. But Congaree was different. She understood that now. Standing in the middle of what should have been the Oak Ridge Loop, staring at a section of forest that looked exactly like the section she had passed 20 minutes ago. The same fallen log bridging the same Blackwater slough. The same curtain of Spanish moss hanging from the same cypress branch. The same. She checked her phone. No signal, which she'd expected, and consulted the paper map she'd grabbed from the visitor center. According to the trail markers, she should have reached the junction with the Weston Lake Spur by now. Instead, she was here. Wherever here was. The afternoon light had begun to slant through the canopy at an angle that suggested time was passing faster than it should. She had been walking for 2 hours. The loop was supposed to take 3 hours total. She should be nearly back at the parking lot, not deeper in the swamp. Turn around, she told herself. Retrace your steps. Simple. She turned and stopped. The trail behind her, the trail she had just walked, ended. Not gradually, not at a junction, but simply ceased to exist. Where there had been a raised boardwalk moments ago, there was only water. Still, black water reflecting the gray sky, stretching between the cypress trunks without a ripple. Natalie stared at it for a long moment, her mind refusing to process what she was seeing. She had walked that path. She had felt the planks beneath her feet. And now there was nothing. A sound behind her, soft, rhythmic. Footsteps on wood. She spun around. Nothing. Just the trail continuing forward into the deepening gloom of the forest. But she had heard it. Someone walking. Someone close. Hello? Her voice came out smaller than she intended. Is someone there? The footsteps stopped. In the silence that followed, Natalie became aware of something else. A smell. Not the usual swamp smell of decomposition and black earth, but something sharper, metallic. Like blood, but older. Like the memory of blood. And then she saw the dog. Garrett found the first sign of Natalie's passage at the half-mile marker. A snapped branch at waist height, the break fresh, the exposed wood still pale. Someone had pushed through the undergrowth here, leaving the main trail. He crouched to examine the ground. Difficult to read in the soft, wet soil. But there were impressions, footprints heading east toward the interior of the park where the old-growth forest grew densest and the water rose highest. Dispatch Unit 3. I'm at marker 0.5 on Oak Ridge. Found evidence our missing day hiker left the trail heading east. Requesting backup for search and rescue. Static. Then distantly. Unit 3. Repeat. Signal. Dispatch, do you copy? Requesting backup for SAR on Oak Ridge Trail. More static, stretching longer this time. When the response finally came, it sounded wrong. The voice too slow, the words oddly spaced. Unit 3. Proceed. She's waiting. Garrett stared at the radio. That wasn't dispatch protocol. That wasn't even dispatch's voice. He tried again. Dispatch, please confirm. Who is this? Silence. Not static. Silence. The radio had been working fine all morning. He checked the battery. Full. Checked the channel. Correct. Everything functioning. And yet when he pressed the transmit button again, nothing happened. The radio sat dead in his hand. The storm arrived faster than predicted, the sky darkening from gray to charcoal in minutes. Garrett felt the barometric pressure drop like a physical weight settling on his shoulders, and with it came the first fat drops of rain, striking the canopy above and beginning their long descent through the layers of leaves. He had a decision to make. Return to the station for backup and proper SAR equipment, or continue following Natalie's trail while it was still visible. The rain would erase her tracks within the hour. He continued forward. The forest closed around him as he left the main trail, the undergrowth thickening, the spaces between trees narrowing until he was pushing through curtains of hanging moss and stepping over root systems that rose from the water like grasping fingers. The rain intensified, drumming against his hat, running down the back of his neck. Thunder rolled somewhere to the west, a low rumble that seemed to come from the earth itself rather than the sky. Garrett called Natalie's name every few minutes, but his voice disappeared into the forest without echo, as if the swamp were swallowing the sound. He found her backpack at the base of an ancient tupelo, half submerged in the rising water. Inside, a wallet with her ID, a granola bar wrapper, a small journal with handwritten entries. The last entry, dated yesterday: "The ranger at the visitor center said to stay on the marked trails, but I saw a dog on the path. Beautiful thing, some kind of hound, and it looked at me like it knew me, like it wanted me to follow. I know it sounds crazy, but I swear its eyes were glowing, not reflecting light, glowing from inside." Garrett's blood went cold. He knew that story. Everyone who worked in the Low Country knew that story, even if they didn't believe it. His grandmother had told him when he was a boy, her voice dropping to a whisper, as if the thing might hear its name spoken aloud. The Platt-Eye, a spirit that haunted the swamps and lonely roads that could take the shape of any animal, that lured travelers from safe paths with familiar faces and glowing eyes. "You see an animal after dark in the swamp," his grandmother had said, "and its eyes shine like lanterns. You don't follow it. You don't look at it. You turn around and you run." He didn't believe in Platt-Eyes. He was a park ranger, a man of science and procedure. But standing in the rising water with Natalie's abandoned backpack in his hands, listening to the rain and the thunder and the absolute silence beneath them, Garrett realized that belief was irrelevant. Something was in this forest. Something had led Natalie Vance off the trail, and now it knew he was here too. Natalie had followed the dog for what felt like hours, though time had stopped making sense. The animal moved just ahead of her, always visible, never quite close enough to touch. It was beautiful, a sleek black hound with a smooth coat and long legs, the kind of dog that belonged on a southern plantation, loping across manicured lawns. But they weren't on a lawn. They were deep in the swamp, deeper than she had ever been, and the dog never seemed to notice the water that rose past her ankles, past her knees. It walked on the surface as if the black water were solid ground. She should have turned back. She knew she should have turned back. But every time she tried, the forest rearranged itself, paths closing, new ones opening, and the only constant was the dog, waiting for her, watching her with those eyes, those terrible eyes that glowed with a light that had no source, amber gold and too bright, too knowing. "Where are you taking me?" She had stopped asking the question hours ago, but it slipped out now, desperate, exhausted. The dog turned. For the first time, it faced her directly, and Natalie saw that it wasn't a dog at all. The shape was wrong, too long, too angular, the joints bending in directions that made her stomach lurch. And the face. The face was almost human now. Almost. A woman's features emerging from the canine skull, shifting and flickering like a reflection in disturbed water. Familiar features. Her mother's features. Natalie. The voice was her mother's voice, but the mouth didn't move right, the lips stretching too wide, revealing teeth that were neither dog nor human. "You forgot to call. I was worried." Natalie tried to run. Her legs wouldn't move. She tried to scream. The sound died in her throat. The thing that had been a dog took a step toward her, and the forest groaned, the trees leaning inward, the water rising around her, and she understood finally that she had never been lost. She had been led. Every step, every turn, every choice that felt like hers, all of it had been the path the thing had laid out for her, long before she ever set foot in this swamp. She was exactly where it wanted her to be. The water touched her chin. The thing with her mother's face smiled. Garrett heard the scream. It came from somewhere ahead, muffled by the rain but unmistakable. A human voice, female, raw with terror. He ran, crashing through the undergrowth, the water splashing around his legs, branches tearing at his face and arms. The light was failing now, the storm and the approaching dusk combining to reduce visibility to mere feet. He switched on his flashlight, the beam cutting through the rain, but illuminating nothing except more trees, more water, more endless forest. Natalie, can you hear me? No response. He kept running, following the direction of the scream until his foot caught on a submerged root, and he went down hard, the flashlight flying from his grip and landing face down in the water, its light extinguished. Darkness. Complete darkness. Garrett lay in the shallow water, gasping, his heart pounding so hard he could feel it in his temples. He reached for his radio. Dead. Reached for his flashlight. Couldn't find it, couldn't feel anything except water and roots and mud. He forced himself to breathe, to think. Get up, get your bearings, find higher ground. He stood, and that's when he saw the eyes. They floated in the darkness, perhaps 20 feet ahead. 2 points of amber light, absolutely still, watching him with an intelligence that was palpable, predatory, not reflecting his flashlight, which was gone. Generating their own light, soft and steady, like lanterns burning in a distant window. Who's there? His voice cracked. The eyes blinked. And then, impossibly, they multiplied. 2 became 4. 4 became 6. 8. A dozen pairs of glowing eyes, surrounding him in a loose circle, each pair at a different height, some low to the ground, some at chest level, some high in the trees, and all of them watching, all of them waiting. A voice spoke from directly behind him, close enough that he felt the breath on the back of his neck. A voice he recognized. Garrett. His own name, in his grandmother's voice. You were warned, boy. You were warned, and you came anyway. He didn't turn around. Some deep primal part of him understood that turning around would be the last thing he ever did. Instead, he closed his eyes and recited the words his grandmother had taught him. Words he hadn't spoken in 30 years. A prayer in Gullah that he barely remembered. Syllables that felt foreign in his mouth, but right somehow. Right in a way nothing had felt right since he'd entered this part of the forest. The air changed. The pressure lifted just slightly. And when Garrett opened his eyes, the glowing orbs were gone. The darkness remained, but it was natural darkness now. The darkness of a stormy night in the swamp, nothing more. He found his flashlight by luck or providence, floating face up a few feet away. The beam flickered when he switched it on, but held. He walked, didn't run, couldn't run, his legs shaking too badly, back the way he had come, following his own disturbed trail through the water, and by some miracle or mercy he emerged onto the Oak Ridge boardwalk an hour later, rain-soaked and mud-covered, and unable to stop trembling. They found Natalie Vance 3 days later, face down in a slough half a mile from where Garrett had lost her trail. The official cause of death was drowning. The medical examiner noted no signs of struggle, no injuries beyond those consistent with thrashing in shallow water. A tragic accident, the report concluded. A day hiker who lost her way in an unfamiliar park, panicked, and drowned in water barely 3 feet deep. Garrett read the report in his office alone and said nothing. He didn't mention the journal entry, didn't mention the eyes, didn't mention his grandmother's voice speaking from the darkness, or the words he'd spoken in response. Some things weren't for official reports. Some things lived only in the spaces between what happened and what could be explained. He requested a transfer the following week. Arizona, Utah, New Mexico, anywhere without swamps, without Spanish moss, without black water that reflected nothing and hid everything. The request was denied. Budget constraints, staffing shortages, the usual bureaucratic responses to a man trying to run from something that couldn't be named. 6 months later, Garrett still works at Congaree. He still does his morning patrols, checks the water gauges, verifies camping permits. He's good at his job, professional and thorough, and if his colleagues notice that he never enters the interior forest after dark anymore, never takes the trails that branch east toward the old growth, they don't mention it. Sometimes late at night, he hears a dog barking somewhere in the swamp. a hound's bay, mournful and distant. The sound always comes from the direction he refuses to go, and it always stops the moment he reaches for his radio. He never follows it. He never looks. But some nights, when the mist rises from the black water and the silence grows thick as Spanish moss, Garrett thinks he sees something moving between the cypress trunks. A shape that walks on 4 legs or 2 or none at all. A shape with eyes that glow from within, patient and old, watching the boardwalk where a ranger stands with his thermos of coffee, waiting for the morning that will surely come. The Platt-Eye remembers. The Platt-Eye knows his name. And someday, when Garrett forgets his grandmother's prayer or grows too tired to speak it, the swamp will welcome him home. Location: North Cascades National Park, Washington. Date: October 23, 2019. The fog came down from the high ridges like something poured, settling into the valleys of North Cascades with the slow inevitability of floodwater finding its level. Derek Morrow stood on the porch of the New Halem Ranger Station, watching it erase the tree line piece by piece. First the distant peaks vanishing into gray, then the middle slopes, then the Douglas firs just 300 yards out, until the world ended at the edge of the parking lot. The air smelled of wet stone and decomposing cedar, that particular autumn scent the Pacific Northwest wore like a second skin from October through March. He'd learned to read weather in his 6 years with the Park Service, and this fog carried rain behind it. The kind of slow, soaking drizzle that turned trails to mud and made hypothermia a genuine concern for anyone caught unprepared. He checked his watch. 7:42 a.m. The morning had that stillness unique to weekdays in the off-season, when the summer crowds had retreated and only the serious hikers remained. Derek finished his coffee, black from the pot he'd started at 6, and went back inside to begin his morning checks. The station was quiet, just him and the hum of the space heater fighting the chill that crept through the old windows. He pulled out the trail registry log, thumbing through yesterday's entries. 3 day hikers on Thunder Creek back before dark. A photography group on the Cascade Pass Road, vehicle logged out at 4:15 p.m., and 1 overnight permit. Lily Chen, 28, solo hiker, planned route from the Colonial Creek campground up toward 4th of July Pass, expected return October 23rd by noon. Derek noted the name, the route. Solo hikers in October weren't unusual. Some people preferred the solitude, but he always paid closer attention to the ones going out alone. He pulled up her permit application on the ancient desktop computer. Emergency contact, mother, address in Seattle, experience level marked as intermediate, gear checklist looked appropriate for an overnight in current conditions. She'd done this before, it seemed. Good. The mountains didn't care about good intentions. They cared about preparation. The radio crackled to life, dispatch running the morning check-in. All units, Marble Mount Dispatch, 0800 roll call. Derek keyed his shoulder mic. Dispatch Unit 7, New Halem Station, present and operational. Other voices followed. Unit 3 from the Hozomene Station. Unit 12 running backcountry patrol near Ross Lake. The ritual of it was comforting, all those voices confirming that the park's nervous system still functioned, that someone was always listening. When the check-in finished, Derek grabbed his day pack from its hook by the door. Standard loadout. First aid kit, emergency blanket, water, protein bars, bear spray, backup radio batteries. He added his rain jacket, checked his flashlight, good habit, even for a morning patrol, and headed out to walk the Thunder Creek trailhead before the fog got any thicker. The forest received him the way it always did, with indifference. That was what Derek appreciated about working in a place like this. The mountains existed on a scale that made human concerns feel appropriately small. The cedars along the Thunder Creek Trail had been growing for 300 years, before anyone thought to call this place a national park, and they'd keep growing long after the ranger stations crumbled to nothing. There was peace in that, if you had the temperament for it. The fog muffled everything. His footsteps on the packed earth, the distant rush of the creek, the occasional drip of condensation falling from branch to branch. Visibility had dropped to maybe 50 feet. the trees emerging from the gray like figures stepping out of smoke. About a mile in, Derek stopped to check the trail conditions. The path here showed signs of recent foot traffic, boot prints in the soft mud, pressed deep enough to suggest a loaded pack. The tread pattern looked like standard hiking boots, women's size 7 or 8. Probably Lily Chen, heading up toward her permitted campsite yesterday morning. He noted the direction of the prints, the spacing that suggested a comfortable pace. Nothing alarming. He continued on, making mental notes of a fallen branch that would need clearing, a section where water runoff had started to erode the trail edge. It was somewhere around mile marker 2 that Derek first noticed the silence. Not quiet. The forest was always quiet in fog like this. But silence. The kind that pressed against the eardrums like something physical. No bird song. No squirrel chatter. No sound of wind moving through the canopy. Even the creek, which should have been audible from this section of trail, had gone mute. Derek stopped walking, head tilted, listening. His breath seemed obscenely loud in the vacuum. Probably just the fog, he told himself. Sound behaves strangely in heavy moisture, gets absorbed, redirected. He'd experienced it before. This was nothing new. He continued walking, but slower now, some animal part of his brain registering what his conscious mind refused to acknowledge. The trail curved around a massive cedar, its trunk wider than his arm span, and on the other side, Derek found the first wrong thing. A hiking boot sitting upright in the middle of the trail. Women's, size 7 or 8, caked with mud. Just the one boot, laces still tied, as if someone had simply stepped out of it and kept walking. Derek crouched beside it, frowning. People didn't lose boots like this, you'd notice. You'd come back for it. Unless something made you keep moving. Unless stopping wasn't an option. He keyed his radio. "Dispatch, Unit 7, static answered. Then distantly, 7, go ahead. Dispatch, I've got an anomaly on Thunder Creek Trail, mile 2. Single boot appears recently abandoned. I'm going to continue toward the 4th of July Pass Junction, check on our overnight permit." The response came broken, words drowning in interference. "Copy, update, 20. Derek tried again, but the static had thickened into something almost organic, a hiss that seemed to breathe. He checked the channel, checked the battery. Everything read normal. The mountains played hell with radio signals sometimes. Everyone knew that. Nothing to worry about. He marked the boot's location on his GPS, coordinates 48.6847 degree N, 121.0894 degree W, and kept moving. 14 hours earlier, Lily Chen had stood at the same spot and looked up at the trail ahead with something close to joy. October in the North Cascades was her favorite time. The summer crowds gone, the air sharp and clean, the larches just starting to turn gold on the high slopes. She'd been planning this trip for months, a 24th birthday gift to herself. 2 days alone in the wilderness, sleeping under stars, proving she could do it. The permit had been easy to get. The weather forecast looked manageable. Her pack held everything she needed. The fog hadn't worried her when it started rolling in around 3 p.m. Fog was normal here, especially in autumn. She'd made good time, reached her campsite at 4th of July Pass with 2 hours of daylight left, set up her tent with practiced efficiency. Dinner was freeze-dried pad thai, eaten while watching the fog turn pink with sunset. Perfect. This was exactly what she'd needed. Space to breathe, silence to think in, a reminder that the world contained more than office cubicles and rush hour traffic. It was after dark that the whistling began. The sound came from somewhere down the slope, below her campsite. A single note, clear and sharp, like someone signaling to a friend. Lily sat up in her tent, listening. Another hiker. There shouldn't be anyone else up here. She'd checked the registry. Maybe someone had come up the other trail from the Diablo Lake side. The whistle came again, closer now. Then again, from a different direction entirely, and again from somewhere behind her tent. Multiple people then, or one person moving very fast. Lily unzipped her tent and looked out into the darkness. The fog had thickened with nightfall, reducing her headlamp beam to a weak cone that illuminated nothing but swirling moisture. "Hello?" she called. Her voice fell flat against the fog, absorbed instantly. "Is someone there?" The whistling stopped. Somehow, the silence was worse. She stayed awake for hours, listening, but heard nothing more. Eventually, exhaustion won out. She dreamed of a trail that kept looping back on itself, of walking for miles only to find her own footprints ahead of her, fresh and perfectly preserved. She woke to gray light and the understanding that something was wrong. Her campsite looked different. The tree she'd used to hang her food bag was gone. Not cut down, just gone as if it had never existed. The slope below her seemed steeper than she remembered, and the trail she'd come up, the clear path she'd followed for 5 miles. She couldn't find it. She walked the perimeter of the clearing 3 times, increasingly frantic. There was no trail. There were no markers. There was only forest, endless and identical in every direction, and fog so thick she couldn't see more than 30 feet. Lily forced herself to breathe. She had a compass. She had a GPS. She had training. She pulled out the GPS unit, waited for it to acquire satellites, and watched the screen display coordinates that made no sense. According to the device, she was 17 miles east of where she'd camped. That was impossible. She hadn't moved. She'd slept in the same spot, in the same tent, and somehow the world had rearranged itself around her. The whistling started again, and this time it was close. Derek found the campsite at 10:47 a.m. The tent was still standing, fly properly secured, but the door hung open. Inside, a sleeping bag, neatly arranged, a stuff sack with clothes, a paperback novel, bookmark 3/4 through. No pack, no food bag, no sign of Lily Chen except the evidence that she'd been here. She'd slept here, and then she'd left in a hurry without taking her shelter. He circled the clearing, looking for tracks. The mud held impressions, boot prints the right size leading away from the tent toward the western tree line. But they didn't continue into the forest. They simply stopped at the edge of the clearing, as if Lily had walked to the trees and then... What? Flown? Vanished? Been lifted straight up into the fog? "Lily Chen?" Derek called. His voice died in the moisture. "Park Service. If you can hear me, call out." Nothing answered. Then, a whistle. Low, melodic, somewhere off to his left, and Derek's blood went cold because he recognized that sound. His grandmother had told him about it when he was a child, when they'd visited relatives on the Tulalip Reservation. She'd called them by their Coast Salish name, words he couldn't pronounce, but others called them Stick Indians, shadow people who lived between the trees. They communicated in whistles, she'd said. And if you ever hear them and you whistle back, that's you agreeing. That's you accepting the invitation. That's you becoming theirs. He had laughed the way children laugh at stories meant to frighten them. That was 23 years ago. He wasn't laughing now. "Lily!" he shouted again, louder, desperation cracking his professional calm. "Lily Chen, identify your location," a voice answered from the fog. "Derek?" He spun. That was impossible. That was his name, spoken in a voice he knew. But the voice belonged to his partner, Kelly, and Kelly was 40 miles away at the Marble Mount station. Kelly wasn't here. Kelly couldn't be here. "Derek, I found her." Kelly's voice again, coming from somewhere in the trees. "She's hurt. Come quick, I need help." Every instinct screamed at him to stay still. The voice was wrong, not in tone, not in pitch, but in some quality beneath the surface. The pauses fell in strange places. The rhythm was off, like a musician playing from sheet music they'd never heard performed. "Derek." Closer now. "Please. She's dying." He keyed his radio with shaking hands. "Dispatch, Unit 7, emergency. I need immediate backup at 4th of July Pass. Possible injured hiker, possible..." He didn't know how to finish that sentence. Possible what? Possible hostile contact. Unknown nature. Please respond. The radio gave him nothing but that breathing static, and then from somewhere behind him, "Derek." He turned. Lily Chen stood at the edge of the clearing. She was pale, her hiking clothes soaked through, mud caked up to her knees. Her eyes were focused on something just past his shoulder, something he couldn't see. "Lily, thank God, are you—" "Don't answer them," she whispered. Her voice was barely audible, throat raw. "Whatever you do, whatever they sound like, don't answer them." "Who? What's out there?" She finally looked at him and he saw that her eyes were wrong. The pupils too large, the irises somehow faded, as if something had been looking through them for too long. "I answered," she said. "Yesterday, I heard my mother's voice calling from the trees, and I answered." The whistling started again. 1 note, 2 notes, 3, coming from every direction at once, surrounding them, closing in. Derek grabbed Lily's arm, pulled her toward the trail he'd come up. But the trail was gone. Where packed earth and boot prints had been 15 minutes ago, there was only undergrowth. Ferns, fallen logs covered in moss. Ancient, undisturbed forest. "It does that," Lily said, her voice hollow. "The paths move. Or we do. I don't know anymore." Derek pulled out his compass. The needle spun lazily, refusing to settle. He tried the GPS. The screen flickered, showed coordinates that placed them 200 miles out in the Pacific Ocean, then went dark. The whistling grew louder, closer, harmonizing with itself in patterns that shouldn't be possible from any throat, human or animal. Derek could feel it now, a presence in the fog, something vast and patient and terribly interested. It had been watching them. It had been watching them for hours, maybe longer, herding them like sheep toward a pen they couldn't see. "When I answered," Lily said, "I saw them just for a second between the trees." She was crying now, silent tears cutting tracks through the dirt on her face. They looked like people, almost. If people were made wrong. If someone tried to build a person from instructions they'd only read about. A shape moved in the fog to Derek's left. Tall. Too tall. The proportions subtly wrong, arms too long, joints bending at angles that made his eyes hurt to follow. Kelly's voice. Derek breathed. That was them. They learn, they listen and they learn. They've probably been listening to you for years, every radio call, every conversation, waiting. Another shape to the right, and another, directly ahead. The whistling had become something else now. Layered, complex, a sound that was almost language. Derek felt an overwhelming urge to respond, to whistle back, to complete the pattern they were offering. It would be so easy. Just one note. Just one answer. "Don't," Lily whispered, reading his face. "I know. It feels like the right thing to do. It feels like the only thing, but if you answer..." "Derek." His father's voice now, dead 3 years, coming from somewhere impossibly close. "Son, I'm lost. Help me. Please." The grief hit him like a physical blow. His father's voice, perfect. Exactly as he remembered it. "I'm scared, son. It's dark here. Please help me." "It's not him," Lily said, gripping his arm. "It knows what hurts you. It knows exactly what to say." Derek closed his eyes. The shapes were closer now. He could feel them, the wrongness of their presence pressing against his skin like static electricity. The whistling rose to a crescendo, his father's voice layering over it, begging, pleading, and then impossibly his radio crackled. "Unit 7, this is dispatch. Do you copy? Unit 7, we're showing your GPS beacon stationary for 30 minutes. Please confirm status." Real. The voice was real. Scratchy, distant, fighting through interference, but real in a way the other voices weren't. Derek keyed the mic with numb fingers. "Dispatch Unit 7. I have one subject located at 4th of July Pass. Disoriented. Possible hypothermia. Request immediate helicopter evacuation. Do you copy?" "Copy. Helicopter. En route. ETA 20. Hold position?" "We hold position," Derek said, more to himself than to Lily. "We don't move. We don't answer. We wait." The shapes in the fog went still. The whistling faded to a single sustained note, low and disappointed. Derek could feel their attention shift, recalculate. They had been so close. They had almost had him. The next 20 minutes were the longest of his life. He and Lily stood back to back in the clearing, not speaking, watching shapes move through the fog just at the edge of visibility. Twice more his father's voice called to him. Once, Lily made a sound like a sob when something spoke in a voice Derek didn't recognize. Her mother probably, or someone else she'd lost. They didn't answer. The helicopter came in low over the ridge, rotors beating the fog into temporary submission. Derek saw the trees clearly for the first time in hours. Normal trees, normal forest. The trail visible again as if it had never disappeared. The shapes were gone. The whistling had stopped. Everything looked exactly as it should. Lily was airlifted to St. Joseph's in Bellingham. Severe hypothermia, dehydration, psychological trauma. She would recover, physically. Derek gave his statement to the ranger supervisor, sticking to the facts he could prove. Disoriented hiker, equipment failure, adverse weather conditions. He didn't mention the voices. He didn't mention the shapes in the fog. He didn't mention his father. Some things don't go in reports. He requested a transfer 3 days later. Desert assignment, somewhere flat and open, where you could see the horizon in every direction, where nothing could hide in the spaces between trees. The request is still pending. Budget constraints, staffing shortages. Derek returns to North Cascades tomorrow for his regular shift. The fog is supposed to roll in again by afternoon. Sometimes late at night he still hears whistling outside his cabin window. A single note, patient and clear, waiting for an answer.